first one here, bitches.
Second place is the first loser.
Do I have your attention?
It's been a year, Daddy. I really miss you. Mommy says you went to the store to get milk. Anyways, I'm failing all my classes.
Hey, yo!
What's up, bitches?
Say potato if you're in.
If you have your potatoes, use them.
Say potato if you're in.
See, DJing's not that hard.
Hey, yo!
He keeps kicking me in the dick. Why? Why does he keep kicking me in the dick?
Let's get ready to rumble!
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome back. I am Zachbot. Work out, play video games, foster the puppies. Thank you for the potatoes, Lyle and Greeny. Thank you, thank you. Let me start some music Cleta. I'm gonna try a new playlist. See how this works, because every time I draw, it keeps hitting me with the hey, I don't know, I don't like this song. So you gotta change it up. We're gonna play some Mewgenics today. That's why I'm wearing my best possible cat ears. I was going for cat, and the best I have is an Eevee with a stupid fucking tag in the ear. It's so dumb. This is stupid. I'm not wearing this. All right, well, it was worth a shot. But we're gonna play some Mewgenics today, or how our friend Apothecary puts it, Cat Fire Emblem, and that looks sick. I was watching their VOD yesterday, because after the stream on Monday, I absolutely fucking crashed. I crashed hard. Oh man, I'm so tired after these. So we are gonna go back to the workout streams. I don't know if it's gonna be once a week or more than that. But that I always felt better having that little in between. I didn't feel like I was face first into a camera. Looking at a monitor, looking at the projector was easier on the eyes. So hopefully that will make me feel a little better and be able to stay up a little bit later and not just literally crash. But we're gonna do that today. First and most, congratulations, Celsi, on the first. You are the greatest and everybody loves you. Congratulations, Apothecary, on the second. You're the #1 loser, and I love that for you. Letting your bowels get the better of you yet again. Hot chicken. How hot was it though? Like giving you the eyes hot or what? But also welcome in Fives, welcome in Greeny, welcome in Lyle, welcome in Wifebot, welcome in Scooper. I have to say that meal you put, those nachos, that did not look good. That looks like you started to eat it, you took a bite, you took several bites, and you're like, yo, this is fire. I don't doubt that tasted amazing, but already eaten Mexican or any Hispanic based food, presentation just isn't there. But it doesn't look how do I have no category? I'm not in a category? Oh, thank you for reminding me that, or letting me know. Fuck. Well, thank you. Now we're in Mewgenics, because that's what we're gonna play. We're gonna play Feline, Fire Emblem. Also, welcome in Gaston. Perfect time to use that walk-on. Lit. It was Cadoba. Well, see, you should have led with that. Man, if you just put, hey, I got Cadoba, you don't even have to have a picture. My mouth is already getting like salad. See, Wi-Fi at the same, like, bro, my mouth is already like watering a little bit just thinking about Cadoba. I'm like, I wish this, we lost Freddy's. I want them to bring a Cadoba here. It's because we can't have it. That's the thing. It goes automatically. I have no control over it. I put yours on auto, so that's my fault then. I thought it was going to be a good thing. I thought like the first time you write, it would work. But I might have made that worse. That could be an oopsie on my part. Alright, now give it a try. When it senses me in chat, so it's here during your oh, it went during the intro? Alright, I took yours off autoplay. So
Do I have your attention?
Yeah, I just took it off autoplay. Hit the refresh. We're working the kinks out on. But guys, we also hit February, so keep those subs going. Keep everything the same way. We have February hit for the Plus program, so we need one more month. That's it. Oh, that's crazy that we've gotten this far. So thank you so much for everybody who has subbed, upped their subs. Helped. It seriously, it makes a huge difference for the stream, and it will make a huge difference for the stream. And then we don't have to do it for like a year. So thank you. I miss it. It's a great walk-on. Honestly, it's probably your best walk-on to date right now. I liked What the Fuck Richard. I picked that one though. But this one, It's a vibe.
Come
dude.
to me, powers
vibe.
of darkness, powers of whoreness and slutness. Behaviors that only you can imagine because you are a whore.
I like it. I like it. Music stuff is always gonna kind of win over it because it's catchy, you know. But like, what if? Just a thought. What if there was music behind yours? Right? I need like. I'm literally gonna say Agatha the show, but then yeah, someone auto-tuned. Ooh. Powers of darkness, powers of hardness. Holy shit, that would be sick. I was gonna say Agatha All Along, but like I don't know if that actually is from Agatha All Along or that's just Aubrey Plaza. But the fact that she plays Lady Death is so sick. Thank you, Fitness Mama, for the lurker interaction. And I'm more partial to a shady hole-in-the-wall Mexican spot that plays Gasolina on repeat. You know, Daddy Yankee's Puerto Rican, right? So you're not gonna get a Puerto Rican artist, a Puerto Rican playing if you want a hole-in-the-wall Mexican spot, they're playing the single one mariachi band on repeat, like right, like the whole fucking time. You know, this is my favorite song. This is my favorite song, right? Same song on the shittiest fucking radio. They have one speaker in the eating area because they didn't expect to have an eating area, and it doesn't even work. Are you at 12 months? Yeah, you're like 13, right? Oh no, wait, you're at 10, so you're close. You are very close. You don't need 2 months to think. What you should do, you don't even think about it until the time comes. That's when you have to just let it. You got to feel it right then. If you think about it too much, it loses its like its heart. You know how I do things. I never plan things. Someone edit in the Blade theme low level. See, I was thinking more like hardcore bardcore for Carrie's walk on, but oh yeah, down the road, down the witch's road. Dude, if anybody hasn't seen Agatha All Along, and you don't even have to like Marvel, it's completely unrelated to like literally anything Marvel. It is a good standalone show on its own. I highly recommend. I enjoyed watching it. It's, you know, do I have any gripes? I don't think I have any gripes. Yeah, I don't think I have any gripes about it, honestly. It's very Agatha. It's very Agatha. I think that's just Aubrey Plaza on a regular Wednesday. On a regular Wednesday. Also, welcome in Shut Up Harry. Can you guys hear the music? I feel like it's super low. Well, the song's over now. How about now? How about now? Is it still barely, or I don't want it super loud. I like it in the background. Can't hear it at all. Are you on speaker? How about now? Yeah, just in the background, just enough. But yeah, if you can barely hear it, that's too low. All right, cool. I'm aware of the premise, but did not watch it. You should. I mean, listen, I'm not going to tell anybody to drop what they're doing and drop what they're watching. And is it still just a tiny beat? Like, even now? Almost halfway through green. That's loud. I don't know. These headphones, though, are phenomenal headphones. Don't get me wrong. Great recommendation by Holder. But they hurt the fuck out of my ears because they're so good. And I can't find a good middle ground between what I hear and what you guys hear. So like I could turn everything down a bajillion %, and it still feels like it's rattling my brain. So if I wasn't already legally deaf, I am now. So that's good. Max it out and there's a tiny beat. Well, this is also lo-fi, so it's not super loud. All right. I mean, we can up it just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, but then done. That's it. If this is too loud for others, I don't know. But those who said it was perfect, like C-Dub, Carrie, Wi-Fi. I know Wi-Fi's on speaker, but are you all on speaker as well? The things I need to know, or I won't be able to sleep at night. I'm on speaker. And how does it sound? You haven't actually said anything. Yeah. I have noise canceling headphones. All right, so both who can hear it are headphones. I have to lessen others who are quiet. Me in general, quiet. Actually, speaking of which, I wanted to read. All right. Maybe I'm louder. Maybe I'm not. Hopefully I am. I really think you should leave it. Yeah, yeah. Usually when I start messing with things, I fuck. And you're on speakers, so that should be fine. That's a bit louder. Bit louder. That's good. I don't want to be super loud. That's the thing. Like, this is just me talking at a normal level. I'm not always that loud. So I get much louder when I play games. So ideally I might be getting louder when I play the Mewgenics. I might give every little cat a voice as well. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I was watching Carrie's VOD and I thought about it. I'm like, fuck, man. They got all the good voices. I was watching it and I was just like, oh, that's a good one. Damn. Damn. You should be super loud at the loudest setting. Am I super loud at the loudest setting? Hold on. Hi, Anna. Welcome in. Ah! How about now? My neighbor's outside playing cornhole, so I bet that scared the shit out of him. Can you repeat that? What? Bro, imagine hearing. He's definitely outside. I heard him throwing the cornhole bags. You weren't listening? Well, I'm sure I got your attention. Man, do I have to be like right here? All right, guys. So we're gonna play the new cat game. I hope I'm loud enough for you. Though actually, by doing this, I went lower on voice. Also, kind of normalized it wasn't that loud. Like, did it cut me off? Because it definitely didn't cut me off in the game. The voice game, the voice-u. One forgets he was talking about and he just screams, fuck! As their neighborhood. Oh my god. Dude, I used to watch the Hodge twins before they were like super political and they were just funny as shit. Like, they're very political, very, very political. And maybe I didn't see it in the beginning because there was definitely signs of how political they were. I was like, they're funny bodybuilder twin guys. Oh, thank you for the clip. But I learned a lot of good things from him. Oh man, what was the other guy? He was a light-skinned black dude, jacked as shit. He also got super religious, that's weird. It's such a weird route a lot of bodybuilders take. A lot end up going the super religious route later. And it makes me think, I was like, were you doing like crazy shit before? What's this sudden turn? Like, but hey, teach their own. I don't want to yuck anybody's yum. That's not what we're here for. Done that enough already. I turned up my speakers. Oh man, got that NPR voice going. Me? Nah. Oh man, give me an NPR line. Let me read it out. Thank you, Gaston. That helped a lot. Yeah, that helped a ton. If we're both at the same level there, that's fine. There's a real pipeline of people who were fitness creators at that time became super neo-Christian fundamentalists. For real, dude. For real. Also the ones that have always claimed natty and then they're like just suddenly pushing TRT like crazy. You're like, wow, that's wild. So during your whole entire career being natural, you just had these tanked test levels and you were just coping and pushing through and pulling yourself up by your bootstraps? That's crazy. Wow. That's crazy. Who would have thought? Oh, this is why we never got pro. You know, we just didn't want it bad enough. We didn't lock in bad enough. They were doing crazy shit. Listen, I was doing crazy shit and I still haven't hit that part yet. So they were not doing crazy shit. Also, have you ever partied with bodybuilders? Not very fun. I'm gonna say it. As a whole, right? As a whole, there are outliers. This is why I love Clifford Lennox and arms race people, is because they are definitely super fun to hang out with. But as your general rule of thumb, not very fun to hang out with. Everybody wants to date a fit person until they're like, hey, what do you want to do? Nothing. Not even like fun things either, like play video. They don't even do that most of the time. Now we're getting those video gamer bodybuilders, and I love that. It makes me so happy. And this is why I'm like back in the bodybuilding realm to work, is because it felt like it got a reset. And I don't know, maybe it was COVID. Maybe COVID reset the space. But I love it. You should see the gay for pay to super right-wing pipeline. I remember you mentioning that. That's hilarious. You think it's before or after they get found out on Grindr, right? Like super right wing, everything, and be like, yeah, but this is your Grindr profile. And they're like, fuck. And so like, what do? They double down or they just embrace it? Literally, figuratively, whatever. Sometimes a hole is deep. People are ready to be filled with all sorts of shit. This can be taken sexually, psychologically, literally, metaphorically. All of the lees. Every single one. For the longest time, I was like full on Elliot. Elliot! That's his name. That was the dude. I remember, I was religiously doing like the different angled tricep movements and stuff. Like, you're hitting the different heads of the tricep. And then I read a book. And you know what's funny about that book? It said that's not how that fucking works. But, still got some good tricep gains. I'm not gonna, technically I just did a fuck ton of volume, so hurt my wrists. But yeah, that's who I was thinking of, was Elliot, because I remember he like bought a gym and it was pretty much like a CrossFit gym, and then he just kind of disappeared. I assume the gym didn't do well, and it's kind of happens from time to time, and he just like disappeared. Same with the six-pack abs guy. I was actually walking around my neighborhood with a backpack filled with rice bags because this guy told me to, if you don't have a weighted vest, put on a backpack and fill it with rice. We had a lot of rice. I'm natty. Look at this. Damn, bro. That's natty as fuck. Arm day every day. I had a bodybuilder exam practice question the other day, and I chuckled. What was it? Not Grindr, it's like porn. What I think purely off of my own knowledge of society is that they like the pay for gay for pay. Wait, they like the pay for gay for pay. It pays way more than straight porn. Yeah, MTV did a whole entire True Life. And the guy was like, I'm not gay, but I do mostly gay porn because they're the ones asking more. They pay more. They're in higher demand of men for gay porn. And he's like, you might get like 1 or 2 straight porns a quarter, a year, whatever. So It was a firefighter one. I remember that episode very, very, very clearly. For some reason, that in the crack one, but they were interesting. Then straight porn. Then they get hired. Realize they need to go super manly to counter all the dick they took. Yeah, do you think there's levels? Each extra dick they take is another level of manliness they have to do. Well, I started off wearing steel-toe boots. I know it's an office job, but I figured that's very manly, right? Steel-toe boots. I wore wool socks with holes in them because I don't change my socks because I'm a man and we keep things. We take care of things. Just like my Dickies pair of cargo pants. I'm not a mechanic. Again, I work a desk job, but you never know when you gotta get down on your knees. Oh, wait, never again. You never know when you gotta get under a car and not under a man, right? Right. Huh, belt, big buckle, says Texas on it. That's how it is. The gym is doing amazing. It's now sole owned by the other guy he did the gym content with, and they train actual pro athletes there. It's more of a strength, athletic performance gym now. I love that you know that. Did you know that, or did you look that up? Have a great meeting, White Bot. Weak knees? Shameful. I always wear drywall knee pads, because a real man is not afraid to put up some drywall at a moment's notice. A moment's notice. I got spackle in the truck. What up, Litterbug? Welcome in. I'm trying to show how manly I am. Yeah, I think I did a pretty good job. Also, whoever's in an ad break sucks to suck. Respectfully. I know my way around some cock. You know, the thing for construction. Called Overtime Athletes, just because I like seeing how they train. That's cool. That's cool. I didn't actually even know there was another guy, so that's news to me. There's not really a lot of people that I follow that I used to follow back in that time, because also I met a lot of them. I've worked alongside of a lot of them, and I frankly wasn't impressed. And so it's kind of like, don't meet your heroes kind of thing. And then you're like, wow, this person kind of sucks. And then those people come back, and either they're super religious, or they're like the shining knight of gym content now, sticking up for people just living, or, you know, they're shilling something new, you know. Gotta do some studying, bro. Are you just studying like this whole week? I hope you take some well-deserved breaks. Don't overdo it. But you got this. Oh, is spackle what the kids are calling it these days? Yeah, it's some good old spackle. Can't start my morning without it. Tomorrow is the exam. Damn. You got this, bro. You got this. Man, my hair is curling out. Do you see how it likes to curl and like sneak out just a little bit? Shitting. What? Like for real? Damn, that's crazy, dude. You should. I mean, I guess I take my phone in when I go for a poop too. How well did you do on the practice exam? When we were, the only thing I have to compare to is like personal training exams, which are, in my opinion, jokefully easy. I've also taken a few of them now. They're not that different. The mortgage exam I took was the hardest fucking exam I've ever taken before. And practice exams, I was getting like initially 80s, and I was like, oh, like 80 somethings, like mid 80s, whatever. It's like, all right, cool, you need a 70 to pass. And they're like, oh no, if you're not getting like 100s on the practice exam, you're not gonna pass the real exam. And I was like, oh fuck. And so my issue is that there's only so many practice exams, practices. practice exams. There's only so many of them, right? Wow. And I just memorized them. That's my thing, is I'm very good at just memorizing shit. So I was just memorizing all of this shit, and I wasn't even getting better at the retention of it all, which is exactly what the actual exam is. They're like, oh, you remember all those practice exams? You remember all of those exam things you did earlier, right? Yeah, forget all that shit. That was little league shit, right? Dude, I'm having such a hard time saying that word. That word. You want to see me take the bar exam? I don't know shit about law. I'm good at arguing, or some would say debating, but I don't know shit about that. I don't know about that. Would it be a really kooky? Should I just go and take the bar exam? What if I pass? That'd be wild. At least a 500 or a score of 70 on the press exam. That's cool. You just become a lawyer. Yeah, you know, I just happen to become a lawyer. You know, if you buy land in Scotland, you can be a lord or a lady or lord. Thank you, Greenie, for the potato. If you guys have potatoes, let them fly. Let them fly.
Say potato if you're in.
Litigate for people against Twitch. Why? I don't want to be against Twitch. I want to be with Twitch, don't I? They're the ones with the money. Well, I mean, technically they do. Just, you know, on paper, not so much. But that's no, that's a good business doesn't do well on paper, right? Putting buy land in Scotland on my bucket list. Hell yeah. If you ever want to see it, like I have it on my throne. I added it on the throne. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. This is just a list of things I want now. And this is the easiest way for me to monitor it or whatever. And if like Wifebot has questions, I'm like, just go to the throne. And well, if that happens, if I get it, I'm gonna be Lord Zachbot. And I demand to be called Lord, like Sir. If you get knighted, right, you always have Sir in front of your name, right? Sir Anthony Hopkins. I don't know any other English people who are knighted. Sir Lancelot, he was a knight, a little bit older, but he was still knighted. Kind of I think he kind of did the betrayal thing, but Sir Elton John, was he the most recent person knighted? Sir Elton John. That sounds so good. Sir Elton John. It just rolls off the tongue. Sir Lord Zachbot. Oh, imagine. I am a Scottish lord and an English knight. Ooh, hell yeah. First of his name, fosterer of puppies, lifter of heavy things, breaker of himself. Sir Ian McKellen. Is Patrick Stewart a sir? In this realm. Sir John Williams. The Star Wars guy? Yeah. Well deserved. Well deserved right there. Dude, see? The hair, it just keeps creeping out. Can you stay in the hat hair? Oh, it's getting unruly. I'm getting a haircut on Moon Day. I decided I can't really keep going with the long hair right now. I gotta cut it. We can refresh back again at another time, but we're sticking with the short hair for now. Patrick Stewart is in fact a sir. Okay, good, well deserved. Oh, Sir Idris Elba. Ooh. If someone asked me, hey, who has the best voice out of all of these sirs, I would say Idris Elba. You know what's funny? Never took him as a funny guy. Like in The Office, he wasn't like really that funny, right? Because that wasn't his character. But I thought he was hilarious in Suicide Squad. See? Could you just stay in the hat, hair, please? Thank you. It's gonna drive me crazy. Whatever. All right. I think it's time. Thank you for the shouty shout to Apothecary, team member of BBR. Thank you, hair. Yeah. It's gonna get short. It's gonna get short. All right, but we're gonna play Mewgenics now. This is the first time playing our first playthrough here. I really enjoyed watching the little bits. I think I stopped after. Where were they? I think after their first boss fight. That wasn't tutorial based, I believe. Pebbles? I don't know. Pebbles was early on, but I was like, all right, I got the gist of it. And then I saw collars were being introduced, fucking weapons, some are mages, some are rangers. I was like, oh my god. So if anybody's played this and you have and you feel like helping, feel free, because I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna do my best. I've always been really good at Fire Emblem, or good enough. Oh. Okay. But there's a lot more features in this game. I don't think I need to play with a controller either. Hey! Thank you, Lyle, for the tier 3 sub. Hell yeah, dude. This game is super loud. I can't hear a thing right now. There we go. Thank you, Lyle, for the tier 3 sub. 11 months. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, wait. 11 months. You definitely subscribed for longer than 11 months. I don't know why it said that. It was like, because you already have a walk-on. Hey, why isn't it showing the game? Oh my god, this is what Carrie was going through the other day. There we go. That was weird. I just changed what you call it. Huh? So it was game cap. So I have mine as display capture. So maybe that's different. Yeah. But I don't know, I just changed that. Let's see if it freezes or anything. Bro, this song is a fucking banger. Wow, a game that see, it did it again. Alright, hold on. Oh, what? Alright. So I have to screen capture. Use game capture. Got it. I don't need to put any like control audio, right? I can just literally put that and boom. I don't need to capture. You guys can hear the game, right? Yeah. But okay, sounds like you can hear it. Kind of like the music, not gonna lie. In here. All right, I'm pretty cool with this sound. Yeah, we'll stick with this. This is fine. I remember this in your in your VOD. Auto select basic actions. Targeting empty tiles requires double click. Max status down shown before a click. Okay, combat speed 1. Tooltip size for save. Okay, cool. Save file backup period. Oh, okay. That's fine. Pumping animations. Yeah, it needs to be random, right? We did Binding of Isaac. I heard that. I heard that this whole game is from Binding of Isaac. My client, I was telling him about it earlier today. Alright. I'm just gonna keep mouse and keyboard. What is meow?
Meow.
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 Meow! That's a crackhead. Meow.
Meow.
Double click to move to empty tile. Alright, thank you. Alright, let's do this. No data. Alt tab and then click on. Oh. Trust with permadeath. You wanna? What? Science! Scared you, didn't I? I know how scary a buzzword like science can be these days. But trust me when I say science can be actually... Wow, I fucked up. Take this table, for instance. Science made this table, and the floor it sits on. There are people out there who believe that Ah, fuck. I can't read. I get so into it that I start coming up with my own shit. Alright, but I digress. The point I was trying to make here is that cats are science too. A science that I, Thomas A. Weenies Mick Jr. invented. But what do you have to do with all of this? Well, word on the street is you're a bit of a feline artist. I know we just met, but I bet if you and I put our brains together, we could actually change the world! With cats! Now take a gander at these fine specimens. This is my latest batch straight out of their biovats. That one, wow, these are, oh. Choose two, a boy and a girl. Trust me, you'll find out why later. All right. Damn, he's a fucking stud, isn't he? Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Fuck them kids. Confirm because it happens. Alt tab. You want? Okay, cool. So permadeath and Wincest are behind every. I can't read for shit. This is what happens when I don't wear the fake glasses.
Meow. Meow.
I like him. I might pick Layla. Leala? Leala?
Meow.
Leala. I like that. Leala.
Meow.
Meow. Alright, Suma. Yo, look at Suma's feet. Why does Suma look like they're hitting up the blood sign with their fingers? What a blood. Represent. Represent. Alright. Meow? Do we get any info on them? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, right? Welcome in, Quad. Thank you for that tier 1 sub, Bing Bong. Why are you still awake? Because you want to watch us train some pussy, right?
Meow.
Meow. All right, well, he's getting picked. There's no chance. There's no doubt about that one. I don't know, man. He seems enthusiastic. This one, the only thing I think got going is like they have like these blue eyes, and we're not going that route, you know. What the fuck is the hammer symbol you have? They're the lead mod. We're gonna go got it. What's wrong with Suma? Wow. Okay, I didn't expect you to pass on the best of the bunch. Does he just say that about anybody who you don't pick? Because he said that on yours too. Whatever. Their pieces will be put to good use. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was a blender. We heard that, right? Isn't nature just cruel? But it doesn't have to be. In fact, I think with my brains and your ability to choose less than ideal cats, we could really shake things up. Hell, with enough cats, I bet we could reverse time. This guy is always yelling. Did we notice that? He seems so calm and collected here, but he is just yelling this whole time. Maybe even make dying impossible. All I need is a nuke, radioactive blood, and a bit of elbow grease. Don't worry, I'm sure to harvest some of Suma's elbows. What? Now go, my child. Go into the world and hoard cats. Oh my god, this is already good. I love how it's drawn, bro. All right, so I know they have classes. All right, let's see. So strength affects melee attack and melee ability damage. I know you guys can't see this over here, so I might have to, I don't know, maybe I take the potato off. Let's lower the potato for now.
Jack, I want you to draw me like one of your French girls.
But now. Wait, all right. I guess I have to just get rid of him. Like, for now. Is there anything I need in the upper right-hand corner? I could always put him there. We can do a little swappy swap. How did I do that last time? Oh shit! Upgraded to the tier 3. Let's go, Quad. Thank you, dude. Hell yeah. Flip vertical. Oh, that was wrong. Oh no! You saw his under potato. Alright. Hopefully that doesn't take up too much stuff. Hopefully. Thank you again, Quad. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you. W Lyle. Oh yeah, dude. W Lyle, W Carry, W Quad, W Anna, W Enot, W stood her up 5 times. Still let me hit. Thank you guys so much. Seriously, like I looked over, like the amount of tier 3 subs right now is fucking amazing, and I'm so happy. Thank you. Cleared out like 20 of them. Bro, you probably are saving so much money now. Just the eyes. Yeah, this is good, right? Because then if we angry, whoa, you just can't see this one. This is just eyes. Oh, Greenie as well. Bro, Greenie's been fucking tier 3 for a hot minute. Thank you again, guys. I really, really appreciate that. Seriously. All right. So, okay, draw. I'll draw. I'll draw first. We're gonna draw. Let me put music back on. Let's see if it mutes this. All right, what are we drawing? Can you pin it, por favor? Draw yourself and the doctor being nice to Suma and not actually killing them. Bro, I forgot what Suma looks like already. I'm gonna go based entirely off memory. Draw now before the game pulls you in. It will definitely pull me in. After hearing New York is raising property tax over 10%, I'm looking at unnecessary expenses. Do you have, oh, that's right. Don't you have like property in upper stated New York? Very lumpy, yes. In Buffalo. I knew it was in Buffalo, I just didn't want to dock. I was like, I remember you saying that, because I remember you're like, bro, it was a piece of shit. That's what I want to do. Once we get back in something a little bit more stable, that's the next step of looking into. It's just, you're a lot more trusting than me on doing places that you're not going to be there, but I get it. I think I'm ready to trust. Ready to trust. Bro, I'm such a fucking G on the arms race. On the arms race Discord. Thank you guys for showing me all the shit on Discord that allowed me to look cooler than I actually am. Homeowner already? Bro, he's home's owner. He's house's owner. He's a slumlord, bro. He's reached full level slumlord. Ah, I'm so jealous. You should sell. You should. I mean, the thing is who wants to buy it though? That's the fucking problem. I had to cut some subs. Well, thank you guys. I do really appreciate that. And you know, hey, if anybody listening, if you use your Prime sub, you know, please consider maybe another streamer on your Prime sub and maybe swap one of those tier 1s for ours. If that's what you do, just for the last month of March, I would be internally, I would be so fucking grateful. So fucking grateful. That also being said, this is the week we are pulling another $45 gift card on Friday. We will be pulling another $45 gift card to Arms Race Nutrition, ! Sups. Hackerjack with his tier 3 sub having a 10% chance of winning. So anybody tier 3 has that 10 time chance of winning. This motherfucker won twice. Twice, bro. I think that's fucking crazy. We have people with alt accounts who did tier 3 because I'm not that popular, and they still didn't win. Oh, dude. So yeah, so all these tier 3s in here are stacked chance to win. I'll update the list. We'll have it ready for Friday and the fun little spinny wheel thing, and we'll see who wins. And we also have more, so it's every 2 weeks we're gonna be doing it until I forget. Internally grateful. I'll make you dinner first. Hey yo. Got a good chunk in equity so I could sell for a solid price for most. But, well, yeah, I guess if it's a rental property, somebody's still gonna buy it. I'm just thinking I'm thinking more of like a single family, like regular home to own. Because like, you know, if property taxes are gonna go up, a lot of people are probably gonna be moving out than in, right? Where, oh man, when we were in Florida, selling our house in Florida was, we broke a record for the amount of open houses or walk open houses that we, not open house, showings, the amount of showings we had. History is anything to go by. Hacker again, rigged. It's either Hacker or Gaston. Greeny, didn't you win? You've won before, right? But yeah, you guys see it. It's the wheel. I have nothing to do with this. So, and like dead ass, I've actually thought like maybe I just ask Hacker, hey, are you cool if I just don't put your name in just for the chance that you win again? But that's not fucking fair to him, right? Like, this is all by chance. So I was like, that would be incredibly unfair to ask. So may the odds forever be in your favor. Tax the rich rather than increase property taxes. Not fucking happen. So I'm going to sell before that bill goes through. Yeah, it's not going to. Isn't it everything that said was going to be done is actually the opposite right now?
We love morality. Turn.
And
tell us
trash
a
is
lesson
building
that
up.
we should learn.
Tell us the lesson that we shall learn. Thank you. Thank you for the Hundo 101 biddies. Thank you for the wheel of morality. Oh wait, I did win my first time. See? I remember who wins. Because I keep records. But all right, we have to draw now. So We are drawing myself and the doctor being nice to Suma. Suma. I like the name Suma. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1. First, I need to draw the doctor. Oh my god, I forgot what he looks like. Wasting time. Ah! Okay, I was so gonna draw him wrong. Hello. Whoa, that's way too many. much time do I have left? 8 seconds. All right.
Lizard.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for, what did I miss? There was some biddies, I think, or a combo. Thank you for the Hundo Biddies quad. Welcome in, Dan. Thank you for the walk on. All right. Thank you guys for the level 1 hype train. This is what was it again? The doctor and myself being nice to Suma. So in my head, we're feeding Suma grapes, or I'm feeding Suma grapes here, as the good doctor is fanning the fine Suma with a palm frond, so they may feel a gentle breeze through their fur. And you can tell it's me by the massive muscles and extra joints I have in my arms and the giant legs that I don't actually have. But yeah, I think that came out pretty fucking good. I'm pretty proud of that one. Thank you for requesting it, Apothecary, fine member of Team BBR. Nice package there. Yeah, dude, that's all sack right there too. So that's not, so fun fact, I'm not even wearing a Speedo in this. That's just one of my nuts. Drawn to scale, obviously. Yeah. Not bad. Pure balls, bro. I'm all balls. I had my dick removed when I was a lad so that the balls could have more room to grow. Kind of like one of those sucker fishes that people would have as pets, and they would just get too large, and so they would have to release them out into the wild, and they'll just keep growing if they have ways to keep growing. And that was the same with them. Thank you, Dan, for the gift sub to Nice Package. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Thank you for the gift sub to All Balls. All Balls. Bro, I hope it's an account that's just playing. It's Lyle ball torture, right? Baseballs, basketballs. Where's Carrie? I want them to see this. I think that came out fucking awesome, dude. That looks, I mean, here's the thing. The doctor isn't hard to draw. So like that was actually pretty easy on that one. That gives me such Newgrounds vibes right here. It looks so good. Also, that could also be a drawing of Acro right there as well. It's way more realistic to be him than it is me if you think about it. But very close. Very close in the lesser details of us, right? Looks very close. I'm gonna take a picture of that before I forget, and then we're going balls deep into this pussy. I mean, Mewgenics. Oh my god, there's so many more lights now. This is terrible. Oh no. Oh no. Damn, I can't do it. I'm gonna have to do it once the stream is over. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it later when I turn like all of these lights off because the glare is super gnarly. All right, but thank you, Carrie. When they come back, I wanna show them the picture. I'm pretty fucking proud of it. Not gonna lie. Added colors to it and everything. Let's do a going live. Oh, but the glare. Why must you glare? What about like? Oh. Fuck yeah, dude. There we go. Maybe I'll have a good idea Friday. What was the? How much is it? It's like. How many channel points is it? Like 2,500? I feel like I've made it a good enough amount that like I feel like the same person can't continuously be doing it, so it's good to, it'll like mix it up for everybody. That was the goal, at least. Hell yeah, dude. Let that load. We got our little going live. Man, what is this music reminding me of? Alright, I just like tagged a couple people on there. Alright, let's do this. We have Leala, who has strength, affects melee attack and melee ability damage. Dexterity, affects range attack and range ability damage. Constitution, max health and post-combat regen. Intelligence, mana regeneration. Affects turn order and movement range. Affects max mana and starting mana. This is affects mana regen, okay? Interesting. Affects base critical chance and all randomness, all right? I'm probably gonna try and get people with some serious luck on that side. Spit, with infinite range that deals 1 damage. That's cool. Self-assured, gain a random stat up whenever you down a unit. Oh, that's cool. Do any of us have to down a unit, or does it have to be this one to self-assure themselves? I assume it's them, like Leala has to be the one. Attack an adjacent unit. Okay. Looks like its best stats are speed, constitution, and strength. So this is my up close and personal hitter. Got it. They said, "Did you understand?" I said, "Got it." Strength. Wow, you are not very strong, but you excel in the long range, it seems. Okay, decent health. So you are either a ranged ranger, or we're gonna maybe put you in. Oh yeah, we might put you in as a caster. If that's the case. Roll up to 3 tiles in a straight line. Lob a shot over units and obstacles. Hot-blooded. Burn you inflict is increased by 1. Well, I don't inflict burn, so I have to make. So fire mage right there. So waiting for got it. Waiting for got it. All right. It's not bad. I think we got our melee and we have our ranged. Psst. Click here. All right. I'm gonna go with a hey yo, he kicked me out, huh? Yeah, he does that. Name's Butch, and even I thought I could give a frick if you live or die. Damn, I can't keep the accent. Hold on. Hey yo, gabagoo, hey, the way you're talking to my boy. All right, here we go. I can't help but see a bit of you in myself, if you get what I mean. You want to survive in Boone County, you're gonna need to learn how to fight. So listen up. This is your team. These are your buddies. These are your guys. These are your pals. These are guys are the fucking enemies, all right? These guys right here, they fucking talk bad about your mother's lasagna, all right? They don't even fucking understand the disrespect that they said to you and your family, all right? Understand that. Your goal is to kill them all now, all right? You're about to give them the kiss of death. It's now Leela's turn. You know, I felt doing Russian muscle metal man for a whole stream. Dude, yeah, see that would be hard. I feel like I could post, like, the Russian comes a little bit more naturally to me, I would say, in that sense, because like I try and go like Jamaican and then it just goes Russian. You know, like all roads lead to Russian, but doing it all stream, absolutely. That's incredible. It's now Liala's turn. All right, go ahead, Liala. Go ahead, do what you gotta do. All right, get close. You can tell that because the paw print thing over the fucking head. You see the head thing? It's right over the paw. Yeah. Right here, this is your basic. All right, this is your go-to attack. It's a melee range. So you're gonna need to get up and close, hit that rat, because we don't like fucking dirty rats. Not here, not in Boone County. This is your movement action. You can move once per turn. Try it again, I'll fucking cut your kneecaps out. Click it, do it. Is that as far as I can move? Nah, way, dog. I can move 1 square. Nah, dude. That's... really? Oh my god, that was the attack. Let's try it again, one more time. You're a little slow in the head. Click move, and then move. Okay, I thought I clicked move. Alright, whatever. I thought I clicked move. Now that you're here, you can put a little hurt in the face, all right? Pull out the claws, because the kitty's got the claws. Clicky click. Down goes Mr. Rat. That's 1 rat down. I did not notice I got a buff. Oh yeah, I noticed. That passive ability. Let's fucking go. Yeah, that's the one, whatever. Gain a random stat up. We lack the mana to cast it. Okay. This is how much mana the spells cost. Alright, you don't have enough. You didn't work hard enough. You gain the mana at the end of your turn. Equals to your light bulb. Alright, your light bulb is how bright you are. That's your intelligence. Because you're a bright cookie, see? I don't want to end my turn yet. I want to hover over. I thought I could see these things. Oh, there we go. Oh. Ah. Cool. Oh. Welcome in, chefs. Thank you, Wifebot, for the lurker interaction. It's now Goddard's turn. He's slow as fuck. You're gonna have to spit from far away. Move in range and get as close as you can get. That, I know if you can pick things up in this, so I kind of want to get that stick. Let's go. That looks like money. Unfortunately, you're slow as fuck, so you're gonna have to go ahead and spit. Take a roll. Roll your way over. It only costs 4 mana. You have 5. See, 4 minus 5, you still got 1 left, you see? You're fine. I don't want to roll near him though. That's the thing. You're rolling me into somebody who's then immediately gonna attack me. That's fucking stupid. Whee! Unfortunately, you're still not in range. But don't fret. Because you could still fucking spit. Actually, can I spit? I still. Oh no, I guess I can't. That's the spitter. Oh, that's the spitter. Alright, well, you're done with your turn. Time to close it out. Welcome in, Biff. Thank you for the lurk interaction. What was that? Did they eat that? I can spit. Usually that's frowned upon, but... Yeah! That's right. I watched The Flavor of Love. Take that, New York. You can cast spells as many times per turn as you want, as long as you have the mana. So spit. Spit again. Spit on them. Haktua. A thick one. Oh, yo, chefs. Dude, watching that trailer for Wolverine was incredible. Incredible. Good job. That was alright. You did good. You did good, kid. You did good. Alright, I want those coins. Maybe that isn't a thing you pick up. All right, we're gonna move here. Yeah, money, money, money. Yeah, smack that bitch. Meow, indeed. All right, let's lob. I can't hit him yet. Gonna move. Now can we lob? Oh, we sure can. Lob away. Yeah. Oh, they got one left? That's crazy. Oh, that is my only attack. Interesting. Alright, let's roll on out of here. Like an Autobot, we're gonna roll on out. Because that one stays far away. Ooh, you bad kitty. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna spit on him. Yeah. Sucks to suck. I could have meleeed him, sure. But I thought that would be cooler. I need a PS5. Yeah, no. You know how good Chefs is at waiting. This spitter ain't no quitter, indeed. Hey, beginner's luck. Hey. Okay, hey, now listen, my guy. All right, each time you finish the combat, one of your cats is gonna level up. All right, one of your cats, not two, not three, one cat. Check out old Got It. You know the one that did like one thing the whole fight, didn't carry the team, but still getting all the credit. Yeah, that fucking guy. He's about to get a whole lot better. Originally, I was gonna let you choose, but you know, I feel the need to something to point out. There's a pretty awesome combo here. Check out his current passive effect. He's hot-blooded, like me. Now, read this. Inflict burn 1 and bind 1 at infinite range. Oh, fuck yeah, dude, but I can spawn poop. See, that's really gross. All right, I guess that's what we're gonna do. So take sunburn already. Or not, it's your funeral. Someone's learning. All right, but remember, every cat is different. You're always gonna check out what your cat's passive does. Cat's passive makes or breaks a run in combos and win games, and it's how you do it. It's how you get farther in life. Always be on the lookout. That's a snake. We don't like no snakes in the grass. We already got rid of a lot of them. We don't need more. Yeah, because I'm known for my patience. Exactly. Bro, it looked so good. So good. I'm so getting it. It's going to make my PlayStation overheat, but I don't care. I don't care. Butch blocks your path. Bro, weren't we on the same team? Should you use brawn or brains to get past him? Check your stats to see odds of success. I mean, if I'm picking this particular cat, then I'm going to go outsmart him. You're about to be outsmarted by a cat. Distracting him. Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. You're lucky your light bulb is so bright and so high. You'd be chewing rocks. Got small catnip baggy. Hell yeah, dude. We got drugs. We got cat drugs. Hell yeah, what does that do? Mana. Love it. Love it, dude. I wonder if it uses a whole turn, though, to use items. Oh. Something's a-popping in that log. Is it a sex dungeon? It's a stick. Oh, dude, who would have thought that empty tree would give us a stick? That's so cool. It's a melee attack with 1 reach. Meow. Dude, it honestly makes me a little comfortable that Leala is female with such an aggressive meow like that. Did you guys hear that meow? Hold on. How do we get to our cats here? Oh, you can pet them. Oh, meow. Meow, meow. Fuck yeah, dude. Alright, boss fight. You have items. Use them. You fucking idiot. I already did. Look, see how I did that? Thank you. Bro, you got outsmarted by a cat. I did it. Oh my god. We good now? All the items are equipped. Thank you. Do it slower. Slower. Pet me slower. You're gonna get rocked. It's time for a boss fight. I trained Pebbles here myself. He's about to rock your world. Show me what you got. Or I leave it up to you. Attack from behind to do more damage. Why would you say that? What is this? Okay. Meow. Ooh, a nice syringe on the ground. Love that. Alright, so Pebbles has some pretty hefty health here. I don't know what that 2 is. It looks like armor. Its melee attack knocks units back. Can throw rocks. Okay. Doesn't have really good attack though, does it? I don't know if that's relevant. Alright. Got a cat. Let's fight. Oh, you little piece of shit. That's fine. That's fine. All right, inflict 1 burn. All right, I need 6. Yeah, son, get burned. Ooh, you suck. Take 2 damage at the start of its turn, then decrease burn by 1. 30% miss chance for the next turn. Nice. Now, there. Got a cat. Let's fight. There goes its armor. Cool. Still got some rocks though. And we're gonna roll back out of the way. Yeah, that's right, fool. That's right, fool. Oh. Hey, you might have noticed already. This is the order that your enemies take their turns. Yes, I understand that. Same every round. Pay attention. Then mean cat, then my cat, then mean cat, then my cat, then mean cat. Alright. I mean, I might as well. Bitch. Alright. Cat fight, cat fight. Use a melee with 1+1 reach. Does it 4 attack, I guess, or it has 4 uses, but is it's a 4 attack stuff. Oh, can I attack more times? Let's go. And 1 more spit. Big hit. Big hit. Do-do-do. Sunburn. Cat fight, cat fight. Bro, you keep throwing rocks. You know what they say? Glass houses. Yeah. Little spit. That's for you, fella. Double attack? Sure. Why not? Yeah, was good. Getting bullied over here, my dude. What? The fuck was that? What the fuck? When did we get supers and ultimates and shit? Permanently? Your down cat will still survive. Oh man, you good? Oh, dude, I'm fucking you up. That's crazy. That's crazy. Attack it to knock it forward in a straight line. It deals 5 damage to units it hits. Ah, that would have been cool. Damn, dude. That's booty. Dude, I had no shot on that one. It was meant to fuck me up, and that sucks. Whatever. You're going down, my guy. Ooh, alright. Oh my god. Bro, chill the fuck out, dude. Oh, I'm so fucking fucked. No. We're gonna spit first. Haktua! There, and that should do it. Now eat your enemy to gain their strength. That's crazy, bro. That was so booty. Oh, dude, I'm so stoked. I'm so glad you're getting one too. Like, so we can do all of it, but I haven't played the originals in a very long time. And I think this is like I've never played Fire Red or Leaf Green when they redid them. So this is new to me. I just know I believe, actually, I don't know. I believe then they can follow you. Like the Pokemon could be outside their Pokeball following you, and I just think that's super cool. Spawn a poop on an adjacent tile. Flick, burn, and bind at infinite range. I feel like both of them having this would be pretty cool. Can't remember Leaf Green have both Kanto and Johto regions. I don't know, but I don't think so. It was Gold, Silver, and Crystal that had them both. I believe this is only no, it might actually. It might, because it has Gen 2 Pokemon in it. I don't know. That's the plan, Lyle. That's the plan. So if Chef's is getting Leaf Green, I'll get the Fire Red. That's the one I want personally, is red. But if not, I'm not super attached to either one. Hey yo, congrats! Oh, congrats, my guy. You did good out there. Hey yo, congrats. Good job. You did it. This marks the end of the first little adventure. We did it. All right. You're not in the tutorial stage anymore. You're a real life kitty guy now. You can continue. You will bring back all of these things. These supplies will hopefully prove useful to you at some point. Hey, yo, hey, if you ever want to save, exit, or run, just click that thing. Bye. Bye. Thank you for the lurker interaction, Dan. You guys also, if we get a shout for Run Dan Run, he is, if you guys didn't know, he runs. He plays a lot of Stardew Valley, does a lot of reaction content from his Discord, what people give him, so check him out. Great dude, great energy. Well, hello, neighbor. Well, doodly do me. It's me, Mr. Tinkles. Well, have you heard about me around town? Oh, well, yes, all the rumors are true. I do spread them myself. Just like my legs. Oh, jeez. Belle, how did you get in this game? Oh my goodness, what am I saying? I'm so bad. Anyways, just call me Tink. Not Twink. Oh my goodness, no, look at these kitties. On an adventure are retired. Wait, cats that have already been on an adventure are retired. That means they won't be going on any more adventures. So why don't we take these little poor fella thingy kitty pussies inside and Relax. Oh, in my lovely abode. Wow, that's meow. Oh my god. Ah! Woo! Oh my god. Oh my god, where did he go? Oh my god, there he is. Oh, I'm so sorry. If anybody's watching it, clip that. Please clip that. That was hilarious. Well, mate, watch when the lights go off. They might tanky-panky. Haven't gradually one food. Make sure there's enough food. Oops, yeah, I like straight up through it. So do it. Make more cats. Meow meow. What do I do here? All right, so there was no point in leveling these up now because they're no longer usable. Meow 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 meow. Okay, so I guess there's nothing to do. They'll eat. Let's go end of the day. Oh my god, a virtuoso. Oh my goodness. They made a little kitty. Oh, look at the meow. Oh yeah, dude, I'm gonna make the most aesthetic looking cats. Don't tell my wife. Also, look, a stray cat has come to your house looking for love. Wow, that thing is busted looking. That thing is busted. Okay, you're a fighter. Well, kind of. You're just glass cannon. Yeah, you're very glass cannon. Spend 7 coins. Summon a bounty hunter? Meow meow. Ivor. Ivor? Ivor or Ivor? What do you guys think? Ivor. Get in here, Ivor. Once you've made enough kittens or collected enough kitties, you can take them out on an adventure. Spit all over this microphone. You'll want 4 fresh kitties to send out on an adventure, but don't have enough? Oh no. Just like keep ending the day and collecting strays and, you know, make them sex. Also, they inherited anything from the parents. Oh, what do we do with the poop? Okay, we just get rid of the poop. All right, what is your name? Franzia. Franzia. Hey, and you're a boy, so this is gonna get weird. Melee attack. That is a weak melee attack. Oof, you are not a strong one. But you did inherit Sunbird, so that's good. I guess. No passives, right? Because you would show a passive. Yeah, so no passives. That blows. Yeah, you're really weak, dude. That's a terrible mix-up. I have nothing to use far away, but you're built for far away. That's unfortunate. What is this on their heads? Whee! Oh my god. Whee! 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 All right, let's see who boinks. The night was calm. Nothing significant occurred. Wait, what? No, make me more cats. Oh, there we go. Hey, Jess, a cat. Wow, welcome in, Jess. Look. Look, it's you. It's you. Oh, well, you don't have those hefty eyebrows for sure, but look at that. What timing, dude. How are you doing, Jess? Welcome in. Let's see. All right, he's a little beefier, farther away still, slow as fuck. Good luck. Spawn a random tile anywhere? I don't know what that means, but come on in. Whee! Oh! Oh, I guess we lost that one. Maybe he'll come back. Come back. Whee! There you go. Whee! 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 All right, we're gonna end the day. We have 3 cats right now. Hey, let's go. Wow, that was... Wow. That was, very, very, very fast-paced right there. Man, could you imagine if that happened to us in real life? I'm pregnant and... Oh, my God. Damn, Jess, you prude. You prude. Let Ivor hit. Let him hit. Why? Poor guy. Is it because he looks like Quasimodo? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. With that new stray there, you should have enough kitties to go on an adventure. Go put them in an adventure box and get ready for a journey. Adventure box. Oh, what? Brie May. Bro, that does not look like a cat. Brie May. Hey, you're beefy though. I fucks with it. Spawn a crate. What does the crate do? All right, whatever. Get in here. All right, we gotta clean up some poop. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right. Are you the new one? Get out of here. Oh, you're the new one. Sorry. Stay right there. Elmo. What's your deal, Elmo? You can attack. You got decent attack. You got decent intelligence. All right, you're fine. You can get okay. All right. You both have sunburn. Your first one was pretty useless, but all right, let's do this. Let's bring him out to an adventure. You're going in the box. I can't bring you. You're going in the box. Ah, that can't go on an adventure. There's still a kitten. Oh, okay. It's just a little baby. It's just a baby. Back in there. Meow. Get in here, ugly. All right, let's go, eyebrows. All right, let's do this. Let's fight. Don't murder me. No. We got this. We got this. Oh, epic. Or epic. Equip class collars. So let's see. Ivor, you are good up close and afar. You can't take a hit, so we might keep you afar. Your regen sucks. You can move well and everything. So yeah, you're gonna be farther. Become the random collarless starter ability when you lock in your team's collar. Wait, what? So you probably gonna be further away. Damn. See, you're also a further away kind of kitty. On a kitty. Okay. You are a also should be further away kind of kitty, but you also are a further away kind of kitty. What the shit, bro? I have nobody who can take a hit. I mean, you could take a hit, but you can't really dish out a hit, I guess. I don't know. We'll do that. Okay, so you punch your way to victory. Fighters are great at doing big, strong melee attacks and smashing things to pieces. Does anybody know if I can take these collars off after an adventure? Like, are these like once they're locked in, I'm using these collars and they're done? Or like, is this just interchangeable each time? The new Mortal Kombat trailer for the new movie actually looks good. Ooh, Joe, throw that in the Discord. You reuse them. Okay. All right. So you'll probably be fighter. Indians are green. Okay. Okay. I think I know. Okay, that should be fine. Mages are great at casting all sorts of crazy spells and dealing elemental damage. Okay. Tanks are great at absorbing damage and pushing enemies around. Okay, so I think I'll make you the tank. Then you are beefy, yeah. Beefy. With a push attack, let's go. You're probably range. 2. For you. 6, 6. They're all 6. Okay. Can't really afford to make you even slower. We're gonna go this guy. Make you a hunter. Oh, cool. It changes the color too. They're like Power Ranger cats. There's a new class for every area you clear. Oh, okay, cool. Carl Urban is Johnny Cage. Yeah, see, I don't know, man. If we're going old man Johnny, fine, right? But then it's like, Sonya wasn't old. He's a little too old for that. And then it's like, are we getting a Cassie Cage? Probably not. But I'm gonna watch it regardless. Man. I think it might make you the mage. And you, for some reason, will be the fighter. Because that's all I have left. Ah, that's such a bad... Oh, okay, it changes the ability. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Sweet, alright. Magic Dart. I think you have Sun... Yes! Well, that's not fire. That's fine. You have a push attack, and you have Snot. Okay. Looks like you unlock these later. Alright, well, let's lock in. Here we go. Spawn a Pooter. A Pooter! Okay. Your basic attack causes units to immediately attack an enemy in range? Ooh. Is that my passive? Yo, that's so fucking good. That's really good. Also, that uses no mana. Let's fucking go. 7. Alright, let's see. 7, that's really good. Fire Punch? Ooh. That with Sunburn could be good. When a unit damages you, counterattack dealing 1 damage. Okay, that's good. I like that. I can put that. You probably get the stick. Yeah. Let's see. When a unit damages you, okay, I got that one. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay, all right. Okay, all right. Now, I don't think I'll ever be able to hit that though. Yeah, I'm probably only gonna be able to use that. That's fine. I'm pretty confident with this. I packed a picnic. Oh, thanks. They still don't want to fuck you though. Sorry. All right, let's do it. Hey, look at that cool rat guy. All right. Counterattack. Looks like there's spawns random pickups. Ooh, okay. All right. Really? You're gonna put this bird right next to these enemies? That's crazy. Pinky, melee attacker, moves randomly, dashes in a straight line. Okay. What could be inside? Alright, so we want to interact with these things then. Who's the first one? Alright. We'll do... Let's go. What does that give me? All stats increased by 1. Dang. I was gonna go for the big guy to have him attack it, but I wanted to really see what that was. So I'm glad I did. Meow. All right, so I have 10. I can't do that yet. All right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do Sunburn, you, and doesn't look like I can hit anything just yet, unless go for the trash bag. Yeah, what is that? Ooh, okay, that's good. Can I move more? I cannot. All right. All right, let's go, Fugly. I mean, you block attacks from the front. Hey, yo. That's good. Knock a unit back 10 tiles. Spawn a random tile anywhere.
Oh God, you're on
Watch side. I don't know what that means. Welcome in, Enod. How you doing, my guy? I guess we just move. Well, I can break this thing. Empty? What the shit? Knock a unit back 10 tiles. If I... Yo, why is he weakened right now? I don't know. That's fine. We're good. We're in a spot. We're in a spot right now. One might say I'm feeling like a hotshot today. Hey, yo. I have not checked mine yet. I will. I will one day. All right, let's see. So I should have counterattacked it, did I not? When a unit damages, counterattack dealing 1 damage, inflicting bruise. Why did it not do that? Pooter! Hell yeah, I got me a pooter. Alright, and this is what we're gonna do. We want to hit... Actually, I don't have really good life. Might have to stand back a little bit. But I want to hit this fucker. Let's do this. There. Lob him. Now you should attack somebody. Yes, let's go. Big hits only. Fuck yeah. That worked out way better than I expected. I bet. I mean, you know me. I'm ready to jump to the next thing. What do we do here? Can we like? Is it if it's dead? Can we eat it? $13. Do this. Ah, fuck it. We're just gonna break the trash bag. What the fuck was that? Oh my god, I was like, is that part of the game? I was like, what the fuck? Alright, so he's weak, but he might kill him. So let's do this. We're gonna move. Oh no. How does that work? I have no idea what I just did. Huh. Okay. Damn, bro. Kinda... I move more. Not. How to keep randomizing these tiles. I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, whatever. We'll end the turn. Alright, it's fine. He didn't kill him. That thing won't kill me, so it's fine. Fire punch! Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna fire punch. Am I not in range? Fuck out of here. Alright, you're our friend. See, I don't understand. Is there something we have to do with these? But if not, we're... Make another pooter. I love my little pooters. Man, they kind of suck though. What? Alright, missed this. Oh no! Oh fuck, dude! I didn't know that was gonna hurt him as well. Damn. Fuck, dude, that sucks. Alright, well, you know, what is done, I guess. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, cat friend. I fucked up. Man. Alright, well, best we can do now is just collect shit, I guess. So... Ooh. They just die. A Gen 2, what would you get, gold or silver? I personally would like to get silver. I got gold initially that's what I had. And I'm a huge fan of Lugia over Ho-Oh, but that's the only reason. I had gold last time. I would like to have silver the next time. I'm gonna hear cat noises, hell yeah. All right, let's see. Ivor. Dude, Ivor did great. Let's see. Shoot a needle that deals damage, gives thorns, and ignores shields. Okay. Set a trap that deals 8 damage. Set a bait trap that attracts enemies. Adjacent units move away from you. You have... What if I have a chance to inflict fear on them? I like the spike trap. I don't know what fear does. Oh. Moves as far away from enemies as it can at the start of its turn. Ooh. Man, that one seems so much better. And they're both the same. I'm down a cat. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go. I like the trap. I'm somewhat of a ho-oh myself. No, you're not. No, you're not. Your basic attack spawns brambles. Ooh, black baby, bramble lamb. Cardboard mask. Fragile, flammable, brittle when wet. Blocks incoming damage. This item burns up when hit with fire. This item breaks when you're down. This item has a 25 chance of break when you take damage. What the fuck? Alright, well, I need somebody to get a little bit of armor. So it's probably going to be you because you are not doing good. Bramble. Distance guy would be awesome for that. Alright, we're good? We're good. We're good. Brittle when wet. Hey, yo. Not me. Not me. Oh. Dark clouds churn above as a heavy rain begins to pelt down, drenching the cats in a constant deluge. That's it? It's raining. Persistent water element. There are extra water tiles in every battle. Ooh, okay. All right. Oh, welcome back, Carrie. Carrie. This is the picture that was requested. It's the doctor fanning sweet Suma while I feed said cat grapes.
This is the way we
and
talk in Tucson,
Arizona. Yeah, dude, huge balls. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm all nuts, bro. I'm just all nuts. So, in this picture, at least. Welcome in, Tron. Hello, hello. All right, so I did this. I didn't realize this magic attack also could attack my cat. So little Bree got a little hurt. So Bree didn't do well. But Franzia did great. Franzia's the one that hurt Bree. I'm sorry. Ivor, MVP so far. Jessica doing their best. Doing their absolute best. Dude, was that one organically named Franzia? Yes, Franzia. I think this was the firstborn of my cat's sexing. No, I didn't even know you could rename. I'm not renaming. I want to let this all decide on the cats. Dude, Jessica was a stray that showed up right when Hot Mess Jess got into the chat. You can't make this up. Or at least you can't when I checked. Yeah, I haven't even checked. I don't think you can. I mean, they only last for one adventure, right? So Twitch integration. Oh my god, that's a lot of cats. Oh, damn, dude. Damn, dude. These guys are beefy. Oh, fuck. I don't have a healing item either. Oh, and the stupid fucking, it's wet. So this cardboard mask does absolutely nothing for me. Awesome. You know what? We're gonna play a little defense here. We're gonna play a little, we're gonna defend ourselves down. That's fine. Damn, you really don't want to give me this, do you guys? Fuck! Oh, wait! Oh, no, that's not where. Damn! Nice. All right, that's what I was hoping for. I've never seen that box skill. I think it's just for defense. Basic attack spawns brambles. So you should be brambled, right? Yes. Oh, I should have attacked him. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Meow. Meowsers. I don't think Sunburn's gonna really do anything. Yeah, it literally does nothing. I guess they're slowed. That's cool. You're my slowest. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna just try and set traps. Oh, things are slow as shit, huh? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Alright, this is gonna be good. I have an idea. Maybe if you make crates, you can spawn items. You can't. So I made a crate on the last one. I broke the crate and nothing was in it. So I don't believe that's how this works. Hell yeah, dog. Yes! Let's fucking go! Dude, if I get hit by one of these, I'm pretty sure I'm dead. I'm pretty sure they're gonna one-hit kill me. What's the raving? So this is a glitch tile. Scrambles the spells of cats who walk through this temporarily. Also confuses non-cats. So I'm kind of just building up a little like barrier here. So I think I'm gonna drop another spike trap if it lets me again. I just don't know where to put this guy. His range is kind of doo-doo. Just gonna have, I mean, I can't have him close anyways, so it's like I don't want to rush him into getting killed. Meow. All right, and Tanky Boy. We're gonna put Tanky Boy, who can't get hurt from attacks facing forward. I don't need to move. It's fine. Now we hold strong. Let's see what happens. Oh my god, none of them are moving? This is great. This is exactly what I needed. Let's go here. Set up another crate. Yeah, we're building a defense. That's the plan right now. While this fucking guy, this absolute champion. Maybe we can set another spike trap. Actually, we'll save that. Let's go Pooter. Bring out a Pooter. And that will probably kill him. 3, 15, 9, you. Oh my god, let's go! Big hits only. Look at all those brambles. Yeah, that's right. Get him with the back shot. With the back shot.
Surprise, motherfucker.
No, yeah, no damage. So this one has I'll show you in a sec. It should be you take no damage from the front. Sunburn doesn't really work, but I could slow them. Yeah, so this one, you block attacks from the front. So I don't know if it's specifically no damage or you block attacks from the front. And it still damages. I don't know. We'll see. But, man, do I even want to get close? I'm kind of in a good spot. We'll just creep up. I do have 40 health though. Jessica is pretty fucking beefy. What the fuck is this? This is Mewgenics. This is Cat Fire Emblem. It's fucking awesome. Ooh, what did I give him? Moving through this tile costs 2 movement. Haha, sucker. Oh, I don't want them jumping on that one. Don't go in that one. Wait, are they fighting this thing? Oh, they're fighting the brambles. They're stuck in the brambles. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Dude, I'm just gonna stick with this. This is the best possible situation right now. Oh no. I need to move a little bit more. That's fine. Ooh. Hell yeah. Oh, and now he's got a back shot open. Let's go. I hope this little fucker goes. Oh, dude, please, yes. This attack where they attack their friend is so good. So good. I am kind of in a weird spot though, because I can't really move him much. Yeah, I can't move too much. Knock a unit 10 tiles, one for space. I mean, let's try it. Okay, kind of opened something up for me. Pooter. Love little Pooter. Good morning, Pooter. You're looking dapper. Oh, you just died. Oh, you just died. Oh, man. This is so good. This is so good. I mean, dog, you can't do anything, so... Unless... Can't do anything. There's a lot of coinage I missed. A lot of coinage I missed. Game! I missed a ton of stuff, though. I got no coins. But that was a great scenario. Oh, Franzia. How you doing, Eric? Bro, what is it? What are we at? 9 days? 8 days until the Arnold? Your basic attack gains 1 range and area until the end of the turn. Spend all of your mana and heal that much HP. Heal and inflict freeze 1 on a unit in range 3. Let's try a jolt. I like the cryo freeze, but I can just try not to get hit. Ooh, what is this? A little chesty chest. Open up. 2 of spades. Is this like a collar? Double cast spells that cost 1 or 2 mana. That cost 1 or 2 mana. And they cost less? Alright, well, that doesn't do anything for me. So we'll keep that for a later time. Jessica finds a knife stuck in a wall. Let's pull out the knife. Why Jessica though? It is stuck fast. Why Jessica though? Why couldn't it pick? Does it just pick for you? I have way stronger ones and you picked my weakest one. It's a long adventure. Oh, juiced up cat, let's go. Magnus. Oh, and we're separated. Oh, dude, that. All right. Oh no! Oh! Whoa, that was insane. You are danger close. Shit. Okay, alright, alright, alright. Yeah. Everybody get in the grass. Meow, 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 meow. Oh no, he's facing the wrong way. Fuck, he's facing the wrong way. Fuck. I don't know, let's see what happens. You can technically do every single one of these attacks. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. Get that pussy. Yeah, he is going twice. I don't like that twice in rotation thing. You need help. No, no. Safety box, because he might knock him, and we're not gonna fuck around like that. Shit. Can't read his attack. I don't know how, like, what directions he's gonna go. Get him, Pooter. Yeah, that's a good Pooter. You, sir, are about to get knocked the fuck out. Melee attack with a knockback. Get out of here. Oh, wait, who has Bramble? Oh, that's right. This is Bramble. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's not bad. Decent. Decent. Let's put this right there. Yeah, what's up, fucker? All right, you're juiced up now. I don't have a good moving area though. Wish I could move there. Still play it smart. Still play it smart. That's fine. Let's go, Pooter. You're the real one. You're the real one. Fuck yeah, you suck. Oh, I can't hit him. What? Ooh, Black Betty, Brambalam. Cool. Good with that. Good with that. Put that right there. What do we got? Ooh. Okay, that's good. Stops knockback. All right. Let's see what we got. Yeah, son. Oh, let's go. This is looking good. This is good. We got two attacks, but that's fine. This is good. Wasn't really anything else to collect in this, so I think we're okay. I don't think I can hit him, but I can sunburn him. This is good. You ready to finish this off? 17? Oh, that's still alive. It takes damage to start. I can't burn him. I can take another hit. I might as well just regular melee. Fire won't do anything because it's raining. How's the game been? Good. This is like, I love shit like this. Like, I love Fire Emblem and like this kind of style. How long I play it, we'll know soon enough. But I'm enjoying it right now. It's making me think. And I just won. So let's go. Pooter with the win. And Pooter with the win coming out. Didn't start with the team, but finished strong. All right, you still got a broken leg, dog. Oh, that's so cool. Dexterity went down, which affects me in no way at all. Jump to a tile and pull enemies towards you when you land. Punch a unit into the air, lobbing it back 3 tiles. You and each allied cat gain +2 and knockback adjacent. Ooh. Ooh. Let's try that. All right, we have a choice. Think? Oh, we don't have a choice. I guess I can't go through the hard one. But thank you, Jess, for the lurk interaction. Let's do, I guess this is what we're gonna do. Scenario. Ooh, hello, ugly. Answer me this. Which is better, Tappy Toes or Perrier? Puree? Plie? Plie? Tappy Toes. Oh, honey, you couldn't have been more right. Can you do the running man? I feel a burst of speed. Cool. Pirouette. Oh, pirouette. Oh, yeah. I don't know ballet. All right, let's see what we got here. We got some leapers. That thing. Pinky. And 2 kitties. Kitten. Run away when damaged. Runs away when damaged. Food? Food. Money. 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 And trash bag. Okay. So let's see. It's us, then Leaper. This. Nope. This Leaper, then this Leaper. My guy. That guy. That guy. That guy. That guy. Okay. I want to do the flex off. So we're gonna move you Forward. Oh, wait. Oh. Defense. Nice! Oh, that was great. Fuck yeah, dude. I love that attack. Hey, pussy, 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 pussy. Hadouken! Oh, don't you dare take that food. That's my food. Don't you touch my food. Oh! That dude straight exploded. That's crazy. Put a little boxy box. Oh, that was dumb. Little pooter. Always. Anytime I can summon a minion, I'm taking it. Get the money. And finish the cat off. Let's go, Pooter! Hell yeah, with the finish! Dude, the true MVP of this game is Pooter. Alright, let's try milk. The thing is, this thing will probably kill that. So I would say, let's try milk these two. But I don't really think that's gonna happen. What happens if I try and attack the rock? Nothing. Just keep dropping boxes. Oh! We went for Pooter. Damn, dude. That's crazy. Damn, I want that food. Dead. Alright, so this little thing. Alright, we're just gonna creep on forward. Try and milk these as much as possible. Hopefully we don't accidentally kill it. Try and get this money. I don't know if we get extra points for beating these in quicker in rounds, but I might have just put myself in a corner. Oh my god, I did. Dang, I did not realize that would do that. Oh, alright, well, I guess we're fighting a box. Look at us go. Yeah. Fuck that box. Oh, what? They can run? I did not know they could run away. Pirouette. Oh, pirouette. Pirouette. Yeah, that's what I said. Have a good leg day, Sheps. That's crazy that you have another leg day. This soon. Trample dash. Dash forward with trample, then spawn a rock. Force an enemy to move forward towards you. Inflict fear on adjacent unit. Chuck a rock at a unit, inflicting stun on that unit. Once per battle. We're gonna goad them. Need to get my squat and leg strength up. I feel like it's lagged behind. Why though? Just because that's what you want? Or is there any particular reason? Very demure, very distinguished. I love Jessica Cat's eyebrows. Look at those things. Look at those things. You could fucking land a plane on those things. God damn. Jessica Cat finds a locket. It appears to be in decent condition. You can either open it, examine it, or ignore it. Well, I'm not gonna ignore it. Come on. Heads. Jessica Cat flips open the locket to find a picture of an unfamiliar face looking back at her. The original owner must have cared about them, but it's useless to Jessica Cat. Cool. Do I like have that now, or is just you just yay go us? Cool. Also welcome in Frawl. Oh, let's fucking go. We got an emo wig. It's more than a phase, Mom. Let's put it on Tanky Jessica. I mean, she ain't gonna move for shit. That's kind of shitty. Is it though? Is it? So if I have Jessica who has really high constitution, this is my tank, right? I can block from the front. I have knockback if I need, and I have goad, which forces the enemy to move towards me, right? Any enemy that's near me is gonna get a down 2 stat, and if I take any damage as my tank, where I can technically take some damage, then anybody near me gets 1 HP and gains a temporary +1 damage. Not amazing. What the fuck did you just say to me? Good, Jessica. Do you not like being petted anymore? Yeah. Yeah. Good ugly. Good ugly cat. Yeah, so if you do it too quickly, they don't like it. Yeah, if you do it too quickly. Pet me with your eyes. I think I'm gonna try the emo wig just to see. I feel like just sucks is the speed. I can't really afford to lose another movement tile, but I can get them to come to me. You know what I'm saying? We're early on. Let's try it. Oh my god, that looks terrible. Let's try it. We're early on. I think we can do it. I don't understand. Do I go like then this way in a big ass circle? Hey, looking to buy something? Oh, I should do a new voice. Hold on. Hi, gay. Looking to buy something? Just make it snappy. Rare candy. All right. Ooh, it is a level up. Rare candy. Let's go. Hi, gay. When you kill an enemy, gain 5 mana. Your projectiles bounce to another enemy within 3 tiles. Done. I don't know what that does. Holy Shield blocks an entire instance of incoming damage. Ooh, that's cool. While at full HP, reduce the cost of your spells by 2, but take double damage. This can't reduce mana cost to less than 1. This one. I could use a rare candy. I definitely could use a rare candy. You gain for the rest of the battle. Mustache. There we go. This is what we're gonna do. No. Boom. Right there. Done. That's gonna be money right there. Alright, so I can't go that way. Yeah, I want several rare candies. The Round Trackers versus Radical Rats. Radical! Alright, so you should be kind of fast now, right? You have... I have to use your item, though. I have to use your item. Okay. What is this? All stats decreased by 2. Why? Oh, because it was my friend? Oh, fuck, dude. I didn't realize it hurts your friends. Yeah, emo wig is ass. Damn, dude, that's stupid. It's actually really fucking stupid. Tosses bombs that explode at the end of the round. Ooh, that's rough. Oh, alright, well, here we go. Okay, everybody. I hope I don't die. Yeah, that's fucking ass, bro. Man, the mage class kind of fucking sucks. I'm not gonna be able to help him. Also, why is my health already at 8? Did I not heal after the last one? Oh, dude, he's gonna fucking die. Shit. Oh, he's so fucked. Let's go. I didn't know that would do that. Hell yeah, dog. Oh, hell yeah, dog. Oh! Can't believe that worked. Yeah, take drugs. Ooh, gotta keep them in the grass. Potato. Damn. Okay. Tasty legs and crispy thighs. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Fuck yeah. Suck a dick. Let's go, rat boy. Woo! Woo! Alright. Rough fucking day right now. I don't know how big this bomb is. That's where I'm a little worried. A little worried. Why are you so low? They're disarmed because of the rain. Oh, so they don't even go off? So I've been attacking them for no reason? Awesome. I can't attack him. Miss, please miss. Fuck. The last one, so it should be okay. This is a boss fight. What was that? Why can he go so much? That's crazy. Ah, sucks to suck. Taking naps. Just dropping bombs. Man, this is... Not yet, no. We're not quite there yet. Where's this guy going? I think I can do both. Definitely can do both. But we'll drop, Yeah, you see what I'm doing here? I'm giving him literally nowhere to move. That's the idea, at least. I don't know if it's working or not. Get your ass over here so I can punch you, sucker. I smell like salmon and onion rings. I love this fucking song, dude. Oh my god, it's so funny. Oh no! Ah, shit. Dude, he's gonna get him. I already know it. He's gonna go for them. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's totally fine. Where do you think you're going, homie? Oh, I can't get over there, can I? I'm gonna have to keep him in there. There's nothing I can do. What's he doing? He's gonna eventually be trapped. He's pretty much trapped. As long as he doesn't attack, at least he doesn't hit this guy. Yeah, whatever. Ah! Ivor the Ugly. Dude, he's the MVP right now. Really is. Doing that. There goes my little flyer. Alright, it's just me and Ivor. Yet somehow he just can keep going so much more. Bro, now you're just stuck. Sucks to suck. Game! As long as I can actually get him in a corner, it's fine, bro. Ivor the Ugly. Dude, look at this. Jessica. Actually, Jessica was the MVP on this one, for sure. The emo wig did fall through. I just had to get away. I mean, alright. Enemies attack you instead of your allies if they can. Gain 2 shield when you take damage from an ability. Chance to inflict charm on units that damage you. You have 1 plus. Oh, yes. Please let that actually go to the next. To the offspring. Paper Mask. Your basic attack inflicts bleed. Okay. We did it. We did it. We barely made it through on that one. But Jessica, the true MVP. Look at that. I have now unlocked the sewers. To answer your question earlier.
True, I wish the artist had gone the extra mile, given a little more effort to give this song an evocative.
Oh my god, it's an actual radio station.
Something about
get in there. Get in there. Does the broken limbs have to do with anything, like in terms of reproducing? Elmo. Wee. Wee. I love this part. All right, let's see. Hopefully we get a good offspring. And I guess I get to keep these, which is awesome because this is amazing. All right, let's end the day. Yeah, I made it through. Jessica wanted to get together with Brim-May, but Brim-May wasn't into it. Oh, I see, Jessica. You enjoy the you also enjoy fish. Am I right? Am I right? Oh, it's raining again. Rain is the spooky one. I think it rained because we did bad things. The Rain Man sees what we be doing, and he tells on us. We are Frank, and we live under your house. I bet you hear us scratching. It gets itchy down here sometimes.
Sometimes we like being itchy. Because being itchy makes us work harder. I bet you didn't know Frank builds your house. No lie. We make them houses as fast as we make brown.
That's poop.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding on you. But really, we love to build. So if you're gonna wanna...
Oh my god, this hurts my throat.
So if you're gonna wanna have more house made, just ask Frank. Frank do need to be paid though. We don't work for kisses no more. No. Frank wants friends. Cat friends. See that pipe over there? That pipe goes all over places. If you want to send a kitty out, push him down the pipe and bam! There you go. We don't want any kitty though. Frank want a retired kitty. Frank think we like retired cats. Cause they feel, or they're kind of retired too. Okay, well, we go night-night. We go night-night now.
All right, so retired cats. Should we get rid of the homophobic Brime? I think we should get rid of the homophobic Brime. I don't know, man. That didn't jive well with me. Olympic diver. I'd like to date above my standards. Bro, what do you mean above your standards? Do you see this fucking eyebrow? Bro, they be pooping everywhere. Brime, you're out. Send Brime to Butch. What is that? That's our house? Butch. It's not accepting cats at this moment. Frank, once retired cats. Next reward, an attic. Ooh, I like attics. So we're using cats as currency. Retired cats are current.
Oh, hey. Frank was just waiting for you down here. Good job on sending the cats to us. He's slow, so when he runs, we can still get him. Frank's slow, but no one seems to get us. Frank's getting so itchy. I think we're ready to build. You know that house? On the top of your house? The one with the point on it? Well, Frank's gonna go building all over that one.
This shit hurts my throat. I should have picked a better voice for Frank.
You just wait and see. It won't crush you or nothing.
Alright.
When kids push Frank, Frank can tip over. That's a very good one. My finger has a tip. Isn't that cool? Stuff that pokes you like injectors and stabbers.
Oh man, Frank. It's Butch's hideout. Oh, hold on, let me get Butch's voice back. Hey, yo, so check this out. I got a new collar for you. It's a good collar. It's better than all the other collars that you had before. This class is called Cleric, all right? And not the hoity-toity wear the robes and a big old staff and you gotta keep them all away from others. This is an in-your-face kind of cleric. Some would call it a clerical error. Not me, not Butch, not this guy. Judgmental, sure, but boy, can they heal things. With a solid cleric on your team, ain't no one going down. Not like Frankie last week, fucking rat. And if someone does, just pray on it. Hopes and prayers, hopes and prayers. Likes and reposts. That's what cures cancer now. All right, thank you, Frank. Oh, I'm sorry, Butch. Excuse me. All right, is this it? Where's our attic? Is it done? Maybe the end of the day attic. 25 cats? That's insane. Oh, look at this thing. Catty sus. Catty sus. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, my bad. Catty sus has a melee attack and a subway ride. Spend 12 coin. Okay. Punch. No. Oh, it's pretty solid. honestly. What does box mean? Oh, that box. All right, so we only have 2 cats currently. Elmo. Oh, Elmo grew up. Look at Elmo. Sunburn and Melee. You are gonna be okay. Yeah, you're gonna be fine. Let's end the day. Hopefully some cats be fucking, because I need more cats. I'll show you my Wolverine impression, bub. Hell yeah. Elmo started a fight. Oh, that's not good. Bro, you just fought your mom, won the fight, and was rewarded with Elmo suffered jinx. Oh, dude, why do I don't need you. Oh my god. Oh no, please stop fighting. Why are you not fucking? You're supposed to be fucking. Now Elmo is like unlucky. Oh man. All right, you're out. Where was the other one? Where was the, what was the initial? You. Got it. You're out. We can't have this fight. We only can be fucking. Jessica, you get one more opportunity. Neil. This is Neil. Neil isn't very fast or lucky or good at talking, but Neil can not only take a hit, he can give a hit. And I respect the fuck out of that. That's cool. These songs are so fucking funny. Yeah, let's go. Finally, Jessica. Good for you. You just had to get with the unlucky jinx. Look at that. You made a little kitty. Hell yeah. Oh. Oh my god, that was so funny. Oh my god. Oh, what is this? Oh, Butch wants to talk to me. Hey, yo, my guy. Hey, so it looks like the sewer monster man built you a pipe, huh? Well, don't feel special. Got ones of those too. Hey, that gives me an idea though. How about you and I, we go into a business together? You see, it's like a, we take our money and we write it off into this business so we don't lose money. You see, you send me cats with combat experience and I'll let you kiss me from behind the dumpster over here. You know, lips and everything. I will close my eyes. I'll throw in a little tongue. What do you mean, no? All right, you know what? Well, then I'll span the little box of yours then. I'm talking about the box by your house, you fucking sicko. Close your mind and close your fucking legs. I can upgrade that old shoebox for you. That way you can hold more sharp objects. Trust me, it's worth it. Don't send me a cat who's killed some stuff. Oh, just send me a cat that's killed some stuff. I'll hook you up. I'll get you right. I'll get you right. All right, how do we send to Butch? Is it just like meow meow meow? All right, we're gonna send one with battle experience. Bro, Ivor is so good though. I can't get rid of Ivor. Franzia is actually really good too. Materia. Dig to any open tile. Ooh. Oh, that's a cool looking cat. Not a melee build, but somehow a melee build. You got randomize and short shot. Okay, that's a good shot. All right, how do I gotta send to Bush. To Bush, right? To Bush. Yeah. Bro, Ivor's so good though. I need to breed him. So is Jessica. Damn, they both have very good breedable things. I guess I'll get rid of this one. Hey, that cat you sent me could really take a punch. Thanks. So as per our agreement, I'll upgrade that storage box of yours. Still pretty tiny, honestly. I know a guy, he's got the biggest box in town, but I got bigger ones. They'll get it, but they'll cost you. Send more cats, and I'll expand your box. You're gonna need to venture into the sewers or junkyard this time. Okay. 10 cats that have been to the sewers or junkyard. Ooh. Okay. Alright. Tink. Oh, what a lovely house, Tink. Definitely not a cover-up marriage. Well, hello there. You are the talk of the town these days. Everyone's like, ooh, there goes so-and-so. Aren't they a catch? They got brains and buns. And I'm like, thanks, girl. But did you hear about the newbie in town? Ha ha ha. You thought I was talking about you. Silly man. But what's this I hear that book deal you landed? And I'm all like, leave me alone, stalker. Ha ha, LOL. LMAO. Ha. Anyways. What's this about you and I being pipe buddies? You know I can hear you talking in your sleep through that thing, right? You old perv. My wife had made me cover that pipe with a quilt. She was so embarrassed. Ah. But listen, I need a baby. I have this empty hole in my heart. See, my wife and I, we can't have children for our own. So we've decided to start a cat family. And guess who the father is? It's you, silly! You send me kittens and I'll sure to find a way to return the favor. Try not to send me any uggos. Keep the old donkey-faced fuggos in the basement. Toodles. All right, we're gonna put a pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. What's yours? You have a shit. Actually, let's see. What is yours? Trigger. Ooh, yeah. We're gonna get rid of this kitty. Attic. Attic's going to the basement. Ooh, kitty, hello. Oh, happy day. My little heart is so full. Thank you. About your payments, I'm a bit at a loss here. Take this little bow, I guess. It may seem useless now, but in the right light, the color is just to die for. All right, yeah. I don't know what you. Okay, leave. So I got a bow. Is that what he said? Bow. It's fancy. Okay. Alright, should we let these cats fuck? Because we got 1, 2, 3. We have 4. We probably could fill up one more night. So hopefully nobody fights. And I need those 2 to pass on good abilities. The night was calm. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, look at this one. Cast that deals 0 damage. Increase the spell's damage by 2 at the end of each turn. Interesting. Okay. I fucks with that. Whee! Alright, let's start this. Oh wait, they're old enough now. Ooh, I kind of like that. Can I take you too? Wait. Oh, it only made my storage go up. I like that. Yeah, let's do it.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Specializing in elevator music for 71 proud years. We'll make your ears bleed with that stuff.
99.9 lives. The Feline. I mean, he's stable. We'll go Elmo. Elmo with a question mark, I might add. We don't know what Elmo is. That's actually, I just realized that. We actually don't know what Elmo is. It's literally a mystery. It's a mystery. All right, let's do it. I think we're going to the sewers. Cleric. Oh, that's right. Do health minus that. Okay. Yo, that's actually awesome. Okay, that's good to know. You're a little too slow, though. They're all really slow. Oh, man. What am I getting rid of? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. You'll be the cleric. Yeah, that's gonna be the move there. Alright, you'll probably be my fighter or my tank. Definitely my tank. Alright, I think we got it. I think we're good. Cleric, mage, fighter, and tank. I think we're locked in. Gain 2 shield when you take damage from an ability. Give other to a unit or spawn. Grab pickup. Okay, that's really good. That's still really good. I could give it a cost of 1. I don't think I have anything that costs 1 mana though. Yeah. Plus bleed thorns your basic attack. Deals damage and inflicts bleed to units that can contact you. Takes damage at the end of the round, then increases blood weight. Takes. Oh, okay. Cool. The long range. I don't have that actually. I just realized that. So let's do. Who's gonna be attacking? Let's give him Bramble. That should be. We'll probably give you this one. I think we'll leave it at that. I think we'll lock it in. Let's do it. I need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. Also, hey everybody, share the stream.
Got ripped. Oh my god, yo, doctors don't want you guys to know this one secret, but the best way to get in shape is be Latino.
The only reason that he was able to think is because the first person that put him on was Deadpool. And so he fucked him up and made him the way he is.
I got him stunned. Who's right behind me? He's right behind me. Oh, he's red. He's red. He's red. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my god. Oh.
He throws pie.
Left to the left. To the left, to the left. Everything you own in a box to the left. You know. Hi, we got all the puppies. Look at the little bean.
Up. We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. There's a fucking turret. Yeah, it's pretty. What? Rollers could just roll on the side of the wall?
Here we go. You gotta not think about it. You just gotta go into it. You gotta take 3 big breaths.
Car! Holy shit! That tornado is so close! No!
Bye.
It got me! It got me!
I'm on a cactus! I'm on a cactus!
Oh no! I can't get off!
Oh, here, come here.
Oh!
I'm so
Damn! What the fuck?
They're just fucking passed out, dude.
He needs to stop doing the drugs.
Thank you, Agent K. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
Oh wow! Oh what?
Finally awake.
Nope. Over there. Yeah, it's that one. How do we get over there? We're gonna try something.
Yeah, probably.
Oh no! Okay, so don't do that. But if you do, I lived.
Just for attractive people, bro, that is so not true.
Hey, yo.
I can show you so many ugly ass people who have had sex. For instance, your parents. Hey, got him!
All right, this Pharaoh has 1 shot in it. Here we go.
Oh my god! Shoulders. Zachbot. Puppies. Video games.
It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
No, watch out!
Oh!
He's dead! Holy shit!
What happened?
He's dead!
Was that the Amazon package?
What the fuck? Got him.
That's crazy.
Holy shit.
Watch out!
I saw that whole thing on.
The old fist in the butt.
New Crocs? Oh, new Crocs? You mean these bad boys? Hold on, I gotta call. Hello, ring, ring. Hello? Hello, yes. Yeah, turns out, oh, you got the test results? Turns out I'm 100% that guy. And how much? What? I have all that dog in me? Damn, that's crazy. All right, well, thanks, Doc. I'll talk to you later.
Oh,
Got it.
I got him.
I got it.
You caught it? Oh, it stuck you. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's so wild.
I saw it stab you in the fucking face.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
That's
I
so
held it
crazy.
and it made angry eyebrows.
Are you gonna
and then
die?
it
Oh my
keeps
God,
shaking with poison
yeah.
in the face.
Oh,
Oh no! Oh no!
no.
Not so much the moaning. We'll see, that's your problem, man. You gotta moan. If you're gonna lift like that, you need the moan. Yeah, see, you gotta have the.
All right, we're back. Bro, I love how when I make a post, I lose followers every fucking time. So in today's event, I actually didn't lose any on Instagram, but I lost 6 followers on TikTok for some reason. I think that's quite interesting. Just thank you, Lyle, for the lurker interaction. All right, let's go back. Last we left off, this brave hero is now on a new adventure with his cats. The alley. Wait, I thought we were going to the. Are we not going to the sewer? Oh, the alley and then the sewers. Got it. There's no way these guys are lasting 2 full adventures without going back home. There's no way. We're gonna get absolutely boned. Dude's got 40 health. Nice. Fucking juicy. Alright. Let's pick up some coins for the time being. That's a good special. I like the game. I like it. I like this. I like, you know, if it's described like Fire Emblem, I'm gonna like it. If they have permadeath and stuff, I don't know, it's so much, I think it's so much cooler. Scabs. Wait, did I not look at any of these? When you take damage from it. Alright, so we're gonna let the beefy boy up front. Let them do their things. Meow. Been a ranged projectile that can't miss.
Meow.
Great. Let's go. You. Splash damage. No? Oh, that's not splash. That makes sense. That's not a basic attack. Alright, now we just wait for a billion turns to go. Alright, we're back. Yeah. You will be on fire. Yeah, we'll put you on fire. Go here. Yeah, that's such a good attack for... Meow. I guess we'll just keep them close by. I mean, you don't let your cleric go walking around all out and about on their own. That's right. Ooh, that's perfect. Go for it. That's the one that's what I want you to go to. Hey, yeah, you have bleed. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, let's see. Do we want to do that again? Dead. D-E, dead. Oh, I can heal them. Let's see how that works. At least it's not actually like Fire Emblem, where the only XP you can get for your clerics is actually healing everybody. So you're just going through staves, just trying to get them having a fighting chance if by chance an enemy gets near them. Dead. Alright, let's cleric this shit up. Homie needs health. Give me that health. Oh, he just licked his butthole. He just straight up licked his butthole. You all saw it here. Oh man, this game. Yeah, I guess that's all I can do. Just lick it. I mean, you know, not all you can do. You licked a butthole. So good for you. Miss, sucker!
here. Kind of come at me. Give you a shield too. Everybody gets a shield. Meow. Meowsers. Burn. You fully healed? You're fully. Damn, so close. What happens if I... Oh, shit. Well, downside of, I will say on this game is like, I would like to confirm them going there first before I click it. Like, kind of like in chess when you put your piece down, but you don't take your hand off the piece kind of thing. Like, I'm testing out to see if this is advantageous for me. Again? Nice. Fire, hot. Oh shit, it lit that thing on fire too. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Let's go. Alright, cleric. Do you need a cleric at all? There's nothing you need a cleric about. Man, I kind of want to try that though. Doesn't matter.
Meow.
Whoopah! Oh, cool. See if there's anything in this box. Oh, you can get food from them. Oh, I didn't realize you could attack the dead bodies. Oh, damn, bro. I'm not gonna walk in the fire, though. That's stupid. Oh, it in fire spreads. Good to know. Oh, okay. So if we hit this thing, okay. Hopefully that doesn't light on fire.
Spawn a scrap pickup. Oh, that's cool. Damn, bro, you really gonna, can I take damage? Let's see. 16. That's a lot of coins. Hey, does anybody know if you have to stay on the tile to gain the coin, or can I just walk past it? Carrie, do you know if I can pick up this coin by just walking past it to this tile? Or do I have to stay on that tile in order to pick things up? You stand next to it in melee? Oh, okay. It didn't melee. It didn't do shit. Maybe because it's not a thing. It did do that on dead ones though. Like this. Oh, he just exploded. Yeah, see, there's coins everywhere that I can't go. That's the problem. I mean, whatever. Let's just see. Actually, you know what? Fuck that. I'm not taking the chance, just in case, because it is a fire tile. So we'll see how that goes. I'm milking these turns right now. All right, so it doesn't pick them up, unfortunately. Nice. Good shit. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish this off. He's gonna go into the fire to get the big coins. It sucks, but we're gonna do it. I want the money. That was good. Okay, and then we're just gonna finish this off now. Done. Done. And he gets his health back. No harm, no foul. We're a little richer out of it. So Elmo question mark leveled up. Hell yeah, dude. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, increases all incoming. I get bruise. Oh, no, I don't want bruise. I don't want that. Next time an enemy moves through an adjacent tile, cancel its movement and attack it. Ooh. Trample over one tile. You can move through other units, damaging and displacing them. Trample over one tile. That's not like... I don't understand how that's useful. One tile? Not in like a straight line tile? Yeah, I want leap. This is sick. They're intercept. Oh, okay. That's cool then. That's good to know. Bro, look how much money I got from that. Oh my god, I'm fucking rich. We'll save that. All right, Elmo, who has okay. That sucks. Boo, boo, and that's okay. So Elmo finds a large trash bin. The lid is ajar, and the stench from the refuse floods Elmo's nostrils. Elmo tries to get in the bin, but accidentally tips it over, spilling its spilled contents all over themselves. Ah, Elmo, you fucking dumb piece of shit. You stupid dum-dum. What is this? Now I got something wrong with me. Because you are a fucking tard. What's wrong with Elmo? What is this? Where is it? It was like this. No, I'm already jinxed. Oh, I don't know then. I got jinxed because my own mom fought me. Like, I thought that was wild. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, what is this? What? Oh my god. What? It's a chicken. I need to kill that chicken. Ooh. I must kill that chicken. Alright, I got attic. Yeah. Is this one already dead? He is. Okay, I'm gonna work my way to the right. Try and get the coinage. I don't know how important money is in this game. It's only one round. What about the bonus item, though? You do get a good item. Okay. All right. So... All right. This is what I need to do. Yeah, lick his butthole. We're gonna keep licking that butthole. What up, Joe Torius? This is Mewgenics. This is Cat Fire Emblem. Beard fucked off. Oh, there's only a limited time. All right, I'm gonna run for the chicken then. We're gonna. How you doing, Joe? You got a burst chicken. All right, yeah. We're gonna crack open a chicken. We're just gonna go hard right for now. I have very simple but effective tactics. Got home from the gym. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, you recently just started like picking it back up again, right? Ah, you know, I wanted that food, but I don't really think I need it. If I'll just get my cleric to follow me and take away this poison on the next round, I'll be fine. Oh, chicken is definitely getting burned though. Yeah, lick that butthole. Mmm. Hell yeah. Delicious. Reminds me of what Mama used to make. Mmm. Alright, wait, where are we at? Does Neil have a dum-dum paper on his head? He does have a dum-dum paper. Because it gives bleed damage. Yes. Just in case. You never. He's my tank, so I try and buff him a little bit as much as possible. Only 6 months. Damn. I would have actually shot myself if I'd taken 6 months off the gym. Oh no, don't go closer to him. What are you doing, you stupid chicken? Damn, you fucking idiot. Refresh. Meow. I'll let you get that coin. We're going to grass. Damn, dude, don't hit the chicken. Please don't hit the chicken. Please don't fucking hit the chicken. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, chicken's almost dead. Yeah, I wasn't doing very well. We back though. I'm glad to hear, man. I'm glad to hear that it sounds like you're doing well as well. So that's always a plus. Alright. I'm not alright, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I don't know if this will get me close enough. But your boy's high on nip. Damn, so close. Whatever. Oh, it will still work. Yeah, you bruised, bitch. Let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let's see, stats. Strength, all stats up. Strength increased by 1. Oh, let's fucking go. Let's go. And Bramble. Sucks, it's like Bramble's always where the coins are though. So it's kind of like, it's not the greatest to be honest. All right, Cleric still needs to stay fairly close. You can get that coin. And we'll call it a day. Oh, wow. Oh, no. It's... Yeah, what are you fat fucks gonna do now? Nothing! Oh, that's only right near you? That's so dumb. Alright, move you up. Coinage. Let's missile some magics. Oh, I don't have enough. Meow. Yeah, he's got the paper mask. Is he still wet? Oh yeah. Fucking wet as fuck. I'm Neil for real. Oh, dude, what? Oh, bro, you're going down, sucker. Oh. Oh, that was a dead one. That was actually incredibly intense. I'm a bit taken back by that turn of events. But either way, you're gonna fucking die. You see, because you messed with the wrong kitty. That's me, bitch. Put me in the grass. Let's see what happens. Cleric. Still can't hit anybody. That's fine. Did I end up getting the new Pokemon? I am going to be getting the new Pokemon. When it comes out Friday, I have made the decision. I was confirming with Sheps. If Sheps is gonna be the team player that he seems to be, he's gonna get green, which allows me to get red, which I'm actually stoked for because I had a red originally. That was the cartridge I had. I wanted the blue, but I got the red. I got it for free. You know, you can't complain. But I'm definitely gonna stream. I never had green. So most people never had green because green was never a North America exclusive, and it was never sold in North America. It was only, I think, a Japanese exclusive. Like, it was a game. Like, it really was a game initially, and it did give you Gen 2 Pokemon. But you know how capitalism is. They want to milk as much money as possible. So they're like, no. 2 gens. No, I'm sorry. 2 copies only. 1 gen. We'll keep it this. You know, if they want something new, they can go into the cave. They can go catch a Mewtwo. All right. We'll bring out a rumor that Mew is underneath that truck where the SSN was. You know, we'll spread a little rumor. It'll keep them good for a couple years. And that's what they did. They fucking played us. I remember this kid had it. It was in all Japanese, and he had a Quilava, and you're like, I've never seen this before. And he was oh, excuse me, he was doing fire spin, and you're like, that's not a move. Also, I was like, how do you know what you do? He goes, I don't know. I just try them and I see what happens. I was like, he's like, you don't know Japanese? He's like, no, bro, I have no idea what's going on when I was playing. I was like, that's crazy. Now you want to hear something really fucked up? He wasn't a very nice, very liked kid. And so kids ended up, they took his Game Boy and his green and they put sand in his Game Boy. I am guilty by not stopping those kids. I did not put the sand in the Game Boy. I feel really bad, but at the time I watched it happen and I didn't do anything. And looking back, that was so fucking douchey. Yeah, I know, it was so bad. I feel so bad to this day, especially knowing what I know now about it. I could have stopped him. Actually, yeah, I mean, I could have stopped him. Like, I wasn't a very big kid back then, but I could have said something. I didn't. Piece of shit. But, the thing is, though, that kid did have means, so he did end up getting a new Game Boy fairly quickly. He just didn't get a green version, which is incredibly sad. Like, that shit, oh, God. I hate myself, I know. Alright, let's magic missile these bitches. Don't you dare get close to my kitty. Oh, I should have killed the dead body, actually. Let's do both. That might be something later. Oh, dude, I have Bramble. Do I really have Bramble? I did not know that. No, I don't. Huh. Weird. Meow. Kind of got everything we needed to get. I'm gonna just swap places with him. Give you a little armor. What? I missed my own guy? Wow, that's crazy. Oof. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, how do I miss my own guy, but they both can hit me? That's wild. That is actually wild. Like the Thornberries. 9, 10, 2. I feel like that was actually a win. And 9. I will kill you. But was that a waste? Unless, yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? Move here. With a big hit. Big hit from Puppy. Elmo. All right, can my cleric make it over to him? He cannot. Great. But not liking this. Okay, so he should die on the next round. Meow. Ah, damn, only enough for one attack. That's fine. Got the shield. You still have armor? You do not. So, you here. That. Don't you miss. You. You're gonna get knocked into your friend. Or just knocked. And we're gonna end it. I think that was a good move. Ooh. Damn. Okay. You sunburn. Ah, this could be such a good jump. I don't have enough. Yeah, lick the butthole. Good enough. Yeah, that's right. I don't think you guys really have much of a choice now. Good. It's a good setup. What if... That won't do it, right? How the fuck did I hurt myself? Did you see that? I fucking attacked the floor and it hurt myself. So I had to double check. There's no Johto reason, but you can get Gen 2 Pokemon when you get the national deck. Okay. Oh, man, that was so stupid. Man, that was so stupid.
Meow.
So this should knock him into the other one. Yeah, alright, a little hit. A little bit of hit. Don't you go for my cleric. Oh, you killed your own friend? That's wow. That's wow. Alright, I can't take a chance, so we're gonna have to give you some food. And that's about all we get. Alright, let's see. Oh, you fucking coward! Nice. Splash damage. Let's go. Actually, can I move here? Hit you into the Brambalam. Swing and a mesh. You can go. Actually, yeah, that'd be perfect. You can go here. Get that coin. You are now on fire. You can get that coin. Fantastic. And you can get this coin. And let's finish off the big one. Fantastic. We did it. I guess I took way too long. 8 rounds. I think I lost some luck or something. Heal everything. Revive a body. Heal an adjacent unit 2 to 6 times. Actually seems really good. And I got a big old chicken. Everybody's helped out. Look, love that. And 41 coin, not too bad. We got a medic hat. Oh, I wonder who's gonna wear the medic hat. That sounds, actually looks like, okay, that's kind of cool if you didn't bring a cleric. Like, because it just turns your basic attack, cool, takes away 1 damage. If I give it to the cleric, it just makes me worse. Yeah, it's just a shittier cleric. Like, cool, you can't give the cleric the medical hat. A thick sandstorm kicks up small grains of sand, traveling at furious speeds through the air. Sting the cats through their fur. Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna get a debuff, right? Probably. Oh, here we go. At the end of each round, damage everything by 1. Ooh, that fucking sucks. Ooh, Oh, damn, that sucks. Lucy. Are you like a sidekick? Are we like jumping her? Alright, let's see. Fighter, cleric, then mage, then tank. Alright. Oh, just like the sandstorm. Damn, if I would have given him that mana thing, I could have jumped in with leap right from the beginning. That would have been fucking nasty. Can you attack rocks? Let's find out. You cannot. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Can you knock them out of their spell? Damn. What? Wild. Okay, that sucked. I kind of like that. Wow, that happened. A lot happened at one time there. Okay. Wow, that fucking sucked. Yeah, bitch. Stay in the fucking fire. Myth. Whack. Wow, that was great. Thank you, WifeBot, for the lurker interaction. I think you still need some help too. Wow, that's awesome. What a good move. Okay. All right. Bad. It sucks that air, but man, I wish you could knock them out of their attack. That would be incredible. Forward. One. Can technically hit. Hopefully they survive. Hell yeah. Alright. This is not going too bad. Thing is, he's in a spot I don't want to be in. I don't like these ice shards going on. I gotta move my cleric, which I can, that's fine. Would you not go through the ice shard? Why would you do? Why can't I just go around? That doesn't make any sense. Hopefully I can heal myself. Ah, you cannot heal yourself. Dude, my cleric's gonna die. You can't lick yourself? Oh, come on. Meow. My cleric's gonna die. Am I willing to take a hit, to give a hit, that also deals magic splash damage?
Meow.
So I can give 3, 8. Still got a decent amount of health. 8. Probably hit with him for a little bit. Probably put him on the shards. That could take... No, that only move him 1 tile. Whatever. I'll take the hit. I'll take the hit. Alright, let's see what happens. Yeah. Alright. Get the fuck out of here, cleric. Literally just get the fuck out of here. Run as far as you can. See, that's gonna put me in a corner. That could, whatever. That's gonna bite me in the ass. But you please survive, cleric. Bro, this dude is just, oh my god. I have to save my, I have to save him. Oh my god. All right. Well, that works. Okay. Ah, so close. We got this. This is fine. Why are you stunned? Fuck, dude. My cleric's gonna get hurt.
Say potato if you're
Oh, there goes my cleric. Thank you for the follow, Arcana Knight. Welcome in. One definitely got a. Oh, you only have 5 left. It's fine. We'll survive this round. We have our fighter. Just in case. Just in case. Then we're gonna do a little bruise. Oh, I don't know what happened there. And final hit. Let's go. All right, we got it. Cleric didn't die. Cleric didn't die. Oh man, 1 health left on him too. Neil did really well. Neil did really well for us. This is like a fun game. Seen a bit of it played. Welcome in, Shimmy. Also, again, thank you for that follow, Arcana Knight. I spent 6 hours in the demo yesterday. In a demo. In this demo? Or in like, isn't it like Demo Fest or something like that? Currently. Neil got a little faster. All right, let's see what we got. Belly flop. Jump to a tile and immobilize anything you land on. That's cool. Pull all units in a wide line towards the center of that line. This has a 10% chance to petrify. Pull all units in a wide line towards the center of that line. Eat a rock to gain armor and... What? Gain 0 mana. Increase the spell's mana gain by 2 at the end of each turn. That seems like the best thing. We need a tank. Kneel me, dude. Kneel me, dude. Game called How Many Dudes? Oh, dude, that I've seen movies that started like that. Short films, I would say, more than anything. How was the demo? How Many Dudes? Funny name. All right, let's see. A large pile of trash blocks Rafina's way ahead. The large heap is composed of deceased cats, a truly horrifying sight. I can either loot with 6, bash with 2, or examine with 7. Let's go examine with 7. Think of 100 men versus gorilla type shit. And you like, do you plan out these battles? I saw like I used to watch videos like that. It was like, how many Godzillas fighting like this many thousand Spartans and shit like that. Like who will win these simulators. And find some useful items in their pocket. Got Lucky Clover and stored 4 food. Oh, that's awesome. That was really good. A Lucky Clover. This item breaks when you're downed. I'm gonna keep that. I really don't like this sandstorm thing going on right now. I really don't fucking like this. What is alive? Flies. Dead pooter. What are we looking at? 2, 4, 6 flies and a kitten. Well, I'm gonna kill that cat. That's gonna be the first thing that dies. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Man, I'm like curious. Hit 4, 1, 3, 4. All right, whatever. We're gonna see what happens. Did he just grow tall grass? That wasn't tall grass before. Oh, if you're wet and you go on the regular grass, it turns into tall grass. That's interesting. He go. Like I said, he go. He go now. He go. Let's kill this fly. Did. You stay away from my cleric. Who is... Oh my god, cleric is gonna die. Why does he have so little health? I thought they gained more health back. Oh, dog. Oh man, I really wish I had some inventory right now. Seven. I have to end this in like 4 turns just to be safe. Oh my god, why did I do that? I did not mean to move him or not move him, but whatever. All right, first one. Next fly. Whoa. That was cool. All right. Oh man, I gotta fight maggots too. Oh fuck. All right, so we don't explode the bodies. Oh, that actually worked out incredibly well. So technically, if we beat this cat, that should end it. Yeah! Oh, sweet. Okay. So if you don't explode the bodies, there's no more enemies. Auto battle roguelite. I don't typically like auto battle. What is an auto battle? I don't know what that means. Give 2 mana. Teleport diagonally in any direction, any distance. Drop to 1 HP. Gain mana. Ooh. Each unit turns to face you. All right, Nelly. Nelly, you're a hungry kitty. Nelly is hungry. Nelly needs health. Can we? Oh, we have to use it like then. Like. All right, that's fine. Nelly will get this. Nelly will get that. Damn. Gotta make sure Nelly eats. That's gonna be the biggest thing. Need some health. Hopefully I don't lose something on this one. Elmo finds a mysterious machine with paper sticking out of it. Turn it on sexually. Elmo finds a switch at the back and turns it on. Makes a series of loud beeps and mechanical sounds. The machine is humming with life, waiting for Rafina to issue a command. Copy. Scale. Print. What should we do? Copy? I don't know what we're copying. What to scale and what to print. I think we should print. The strange machine starts spitting out sheet after sheet of paper, each with a bunch of different items. All the items look just like the ones Rafina and the cats already have. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Sick. Yeah, that's fucking tight. All right. Oh, another thingy. They're really gonna fuck us up with this boss battle, aren't they? Human brain? Holy cow. What are we doing with a human brain? +2 intelligence. Yeah, that makes sense. Only 2? That adds up. That makes so much sense. Hello. Welcome. Yes, I want that. See how much money I have now? Rafina. Aquafina. When an ally spends mana, gain +2 magic damage until the next time you use magic. When you cast a spell, gain +1 magic damage for the rest of your turn. 50% chance to spawn a flea familiar when you end your turn. While at full HP, reduce the cost of your spells by 2, but take double damage. I want fleas. What does this do? Muertos. Muertos Masco. Cardboard hat. Sure. I have money. I can afford things. I like that. Orbs? Oh. Hopefully I don't have anything dying, so. Alright, before we go to this boss battle, I do need to use the banyo. So I'll be right back. Yeah, the copy is super sick.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no!
Not so much the moaning. We'll see, that's your problem, man. You gotta moan. If you're gonna lift like that, you need the moan. Yeah, see, you gotta have the moan. That releases, what happens is it releases the bad parabonds from inside your body, so it allows the ketones to enter, and it starts protein synthesis and homeostasis, so that it allows the mitochondria, who are the powerhouse of the cell, to truly shine and really take over the movement. So, but give it a try next time. See how that works.
Oh, that's right. We're synced up, bro. Yeah.
If I go and put this bad boy up, you know shit's getting fucking lit. You know shit's getting lit. Oh, let's go. What up, JDon? Fucking wiener. That's Mr. fucking wiener to you.
We got the bat signal. So this one, I was thinking of Sheps. I was hoping for a speedy recovery for him, and I was like, what better way to honor him than the bat signal? There we go. And with a pig, because I've seen some of his dates. All right, anyways, thank you for looking at my picture. This is looking for the sea stub with a microscope through a magnifying glass, being studied by other scientists and being filmed for future generations. Thank you. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Okay. All right. I think you're right, Jimmy.
Meow.
Purr. Alright. I'm not gonna use any of these yet. Actually, let's put it on a favorite Whittle Queric, just in case. Let's give him the mask. All right, boss fight. I'm so not ready for this. Hopefully, oh, this guy again. All right. We got this. We got this. Tasty legs and crispy thighs. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Tasty Leg and Crispy Thighs. Did you make your name because of this game? Oddly specific and perfect timing. Meow. Alright. Need to heal Nelly. That's gonna be the first thing. I'm gonna actually get that food and then I'm gonna heal him. Anything is possible. Thank you. This is a great song. I mean, all the songs have honestly been bangers. 20. Gotta stay safe. Alright, so these do actually blow up this time. Oh, okay, that's the line. That's not a big deal. I just don't get in that line. Oh, fuck. I just realized he goes after... Well, we're about to find out what's about to happen, I guess. I can't do anything with that. Fuck, dude. No, first thing. Yeah, first thing. That's the most important thing. We will be here to heal you in a sec. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Unless... I think I can make that. Yeah. Cool, that didn't do anything. That's right, the first one doesn't do anything. Are these bees? No, sandstorm. After every single round, I lose a health. Everybody loses a health. Fucking sandstorm. Oh, okay, cool. He can move. Good, good. It rats, yeah! You know, I could have taken a bomb out, but I think, yeah, sandstorm. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh, I made a flea. Let's fucking go. Ah, what? Oh, God, that fucking hurt. Oh, my God. Damn. Well, my flea's gonna die before it even gets to them. Thank you for that sandstorm. All right, he needs. They all need armor, honestly. They all need fucking armor. So what I could do is I might be able to move there, and I might be able to move to the mouse, and then I can kind of just keep attacking him. I think that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Taking naps. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Oh, I kind of fucked up with that placement. Oh, dude, he's so dead. He's so fucking dead. Oh, no, no, no. Unless... Yeah, we could just do that. Oh, right. I forgot I could just attack. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Hell yeah, dude. You're more than welcome to chill in the fire. I'm totally cool with that. Eating rats, yeah! Oh, sick. We gotta flee. Bro, when does this go off? I don't understand. It's until his next turn. It's health. Health, like, so bad. Why? I don't understand. Isn't it supposed to take a turn? Like, does he just have 2 turns in a row? That's fucking bullshit. That's such bullshit. None of my guys are stunned. That shouldn't have fucking happened. That's fucking crazy. Now I gotta chase after this motherfucker. All silly, like, what did I go through the fire? Oh, this little fire, I see. Man. This is some fucking bullshit. He's still dead. Does it matter? Oh, that's so dumb. Oh, booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Man, too bad diagonal would put me like in the fire. Yeah, that would have been sick move though. All right, he's out at least. He's about to get hit. I don't know what to do there. For some reason this thing blows up like that. That's somehow that happens. Cool, I got armor though. That helps a ton, and everybody's gonna die. Oh my goodness, bro. Oh, fuck. I didn't see that piece of food. That was so dumb. That was so dumb. Can I redo? Ah, I'm making dumb moves. I'm making dumb moves. I'm making dumb moves. Ooh, I might be able to hurt him. Let's go! Because it landed in fire. Oh, that makes so much more sense. That makes so much more sense. And everything was on fire. So that definitely didn't help. Wow, that was annoying. Luckily, that attack is great when you can use it. After you use your basic attack, dash forward as far as you can. Kind of cool. If you end your turn with unused movement actions, gain. Ooh. Well, we're done, right? Oh, we can either do that or go to the sewers, bro. I don't think I'm ready for the sewers. Like, they're all very not in good condition. I could, I could give him Chicken. Leather mask? Bro, that doesn't look like a mask. That looks like some BDM-S shit. BDSM? Yeah. Reduce all incoming damage. Wow, that's a mask. Oh. Alright. And well, we can get out of the sandstorm. It's good. Is the sewers like a whole nother map though? That's the thing. Are we talking like a whole second map with like a whole new thing of enemies? Neil, he needs health too. Well, that's fine. Neil's kind of slow. That one will heal, I think. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Sewers. Damn, right into a full boss, or right into a fight right away. Okay. All right. Hopefully they're not faster than us. Oh my god, they're all faster than us. Dude, I'm fighting sharks. Oh, I gotta get rid of this thing like right away. Fuck. Okay. Damn. That's poop. Fight inflict speed. Takes bonus turns for each bleeding unit. Focus on down. Food. Ooh. This is wild. Okay. All right. Nelly. You need to heal our friends. Pretty please. Can you go through the water? You can. All right. But we get rid of this fucker now. Sweet. Damn. Alright, one bleed is not bad. As long as it's like only one health. Alright, let's do Can I not get him? Oh, that's so whack. Ooh, okay. All right. That's not bad. Give me a flea, and I got a flea. Nice. All right, that's gonna actually help them a bit. Again? Dude, those brambles were amazing. Oh my god. All right, let's do... Boy, it needs to be healed. Like... Damn, I wish she was a little bit closer. So... I guess we'll just have to prioritize healing. All right. Good enough. That might throw him right into the bramble even more. Oh. Oh, why did I do that? That was so fucking dumb. Exploded. All right, cool. We did a good amount for that one. I'm happy with that. It's fine. Oh shit, dude, is that thing about to kill itself? Oh my god, is this the last? Oh dude, we're so running this one. He's about to die, and there's literally only that one thing left. Easy, easy peasy. 6. He's at 6. Let's just do, hopefully this doesn't bramble up in the area. Oh, sure does. Look at our little flea go. Yeah, he can handle a hit. Let's go. Fuck yeah. I didn't think that was gonna kill him. Nelly leveled up. Hell yeah. At the start of the battle, inflict weakness on weakness 3 on all enemies. Ooh, okay. Well, am I reaching enemies in 3 turns though? When an enemy takes damage from an ability, it drops a random pickup. When you're down, you are immune to negative tile effects. Absolutely. All right, not too shabby. Elmo finds a hairball made of chunks of fur and hair. That makes sense. It has small bones sticking out of it. It's honestly quite disgusting. Or is it? Elmo does not... Ooh, well, maybe. Oh, dude, what if it does the opposite? What if it does the opposite? Oh, eat it? All right. Oh, damn, bro. That's gonna lower my constitution. Oh, I'm fucking poisoned. That's fine. I can't. Poison's not a big deal. Damn. Bro, Neil's such a real one. I'd get rid of Bramble. Nah, fuck it. Let's ball it. Let's ball it out. Neil needs some health though. Remember that. I blame somebody else. Agreed. Ooh, what is this? This is just poop? It's dip. That's a boomer. Okay, boomer. Explode when killed, damaging all nearby units. Oh, fuck. That sucks. Alright, you need to be healed. Yeah, lick the butthole. Mmm, delicious. Do you need more butthole? Mmm, yum, 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 yum. Alright. That will end my turn. Meow. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of worried with these exploders. The boy's wet. Wet. There's the poison. Ah, right, the poison. Hey, you made it into the sewer. I forgot to go there. Oh, you haven't gone to the sewer yet? I figured let's give it a try. See what's the worst that can happen? We die? Probably. These things are just literally poop. They're called dip. Dip and boomers. Bro, I need to bramble it up. I need it to be brambled because if they get close, we're kind of fucked. Oh no! Oh, this guy's gonna get fucking hit into that. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, I didn't do it. Sweet. We're gonna get out of that water now. Fuck it. You're no longer poisoned. Joy. You don't reach? Damn. Alright, let's do this. Instead, we're gonna move. This way. We're gonna attack. And we're going to double it up. We're gonna attack again. Ah, so close. I want to see this range of this explosion. But my magic dude isn't gonna be hitting soon, so let's back it back up again because I saved up my move points. You, sir, should be dead. You know what? We're gonna take you out now.
Meow.
What will it do if they're wet? Will it just dry them out and not actually burn them? So just in case, we'll do a regular sunburn. And we'll still stay here. All right, let's see what happens. Okay. Not bad. It looks like it was just whatever is directly near them. Solid, solid, and then we get the fuck out of there. Now that's a turn. Up, and you're dead. Love it. Gotta love it. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, you're dead. What do you got? Nothing. You ugly piece of shit. Who needs healing?
Big bag. Yeah, my backpack's loaded up with snacks and different foods. Squeeze into
Thank you for the walk on for all. Also glad, good to see you here, my guy. I guess glad you're here. Good to see you. Everybody has health. We Gucci. We Gucci. So here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna send you over here, and then we're gonna go punch, and then we're gonna chill. That's about it. We're gonna save those points again. You sir are an MVP. You know that? You really are. But I can't actually have you close to any of them because they explode. So we're gonna let him do his explodey thing and see what happens. We're gonna let the flea actually attack him. The flea is expendable. Actually, he should die now. Oh no, it's only gonna do 3. Unless... What if... It's a bad idea. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. Alright, we can do 2 attacks. So we can kill him, and I think it'll hurt his buddy. Or we can kill him and nobody around him. I don't think this is gonna hit our boy, so I think we'll be fine. Oh, I guess I don't have enough power anyways. Never mind, doesn't matter. Oh, killed my flea. Okay. Look at that, untouched. Unbothered. Hydrated. Arriving. Alright, I don't want to hit any of them because that's gonna only fuck me up. So we'll just heal you. You even need healing. It's fine. You could use... Nah, we don't need that. Let's go! Solid. Solid. Weep. Dude, this is great. This is actually great. He's got a speed boost. So we can probably knock him out, I think. Oh, we don't have enough to do both. I mean, we could just... Boop. Dunzo. Boom, bam, almost donezo. Got another flea. Let's go. All right. All right, well, I'm not gonna get the coin. That's fine. Let's go. Man, I got this on lock. This is a great team. I'm gonna be sad to see this team go, but I really think we were doing some pretty good progress together. He's slower. I don't know why. Oh, I have a broken leg. That's still, dude. Elmo's running strong. Oh, that's great. I don't know. No fucking way. That one's good. It's a good tank build, fighter build. One that's gonna be around. Spare parts. Nice. What is that, armor? When you move, spawn a scrap pickup where you moved from. Okay. Oof, man, how long is this gonna be? We're good, but we could be better. Rafina comes upon a strange mirror. Although she can see her reflection, that's not her reflection. Rafina's movements appear oddly delayed and distorted. Poop. Really? I didn't pass that? That's so dumb. You better not have. Oh my god. Now I got a debuff. I really hate these sometimes. What a silly thing. Alright, here we go, boss battle. Actually, am I good? Yeah, I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be, right? Oh, we're fighting Slime, the Flush Master. That's a lot of health. Pushes all units back 10 tiles in the direction it's facing. So he's gonna kill you with traps. Okay. Huh, alright. Everybody healthy, everybody's good. Let's creep. Just a little creep. You can move what? How many spaces? 6. Wow. That's a lot of spaces. Did I click that? I didn't click that. Do you guys see that? I was literally scratching my shoulder or collarbone, and this shit literally moved my guy. That's wild. Oh, maybe that's that buff. Moves as far away from enemies as it can. Ah, there we go. There we go. Well, that's gonna be a difficult thing to do. 6, and then I could hit it. Fear, yeah, that's an interesting one. And now we'll give him Brambly. You know what? Let's try it. I think that can hit. If I land there, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that won't hit him. All right. Yeah, we got a flea. Whee! That's gonna suck. Huh. So what is he facing? The backwards or to the right? It doesn't matter. We're gonna be fine. Flea, clutch it. Bro, flea is actually dead. Yeah, that killed the flea. And we're all wet. Okay. It's fine. Who needs a healing? Just gonna casually heal them as much as I can. Cool. See, that shouldn't hurt me though. I thought the whole reason for that skill was that, but whatever. Oh fuck! It can't get burned. Damn, that fuck sucks, dude. Oh fuck. Fuck. I wonder if the further you're away from the wall, the more it's gonna hurt you. There's only really one way to find out. He'll be fine. We can get through this one at least. Gotta flee. What? It doesn't matter. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Yep. That's a boo-boo on my part. Damn, dog. Alright, so we made it over to him. On that move, at least. Alright, so he's gonna run into him, but that pipe's gonna keep him from moving. So that's gonna be our hope. And with this one, I think he's gonna be fucked regardless. Unless... Ooh. What affliction did they get? Did they not get an affliction? What? Whatever. Ah, sorry, dude. Oh, sorry, all of us. Oh, no! Oh, no. Oh, no, dog. Fuck. Alright, alright, alright. That's fuck. Good thing Rafita has the fucking mask, because Rafita is soft, very squishy.
Meow.
Another one. Oh, let's fucking go, Nelly! Nelly with the big hits! Bro, that was insane! Insane! Nelly keeps going! Nelly keeps going! Dude! Holy shit! Oh my god, Nelly, you are such a fucking G! Oh man. Bro, finish this shit. Finish this shit. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. It's not over yet? Oh, we gotta kill this little thing. It's not over. It's not over. Alright, we're gonna put Nelly right there. Or not Nelly, whatever this is. Dude, I can't believe that worked. Oh my god, that. Oh, it died! It died! Let's go. Wow, Rafina hung in there. Got to level 4. That's what's up. Alright, there's a stat up and full heal. Speed affects turn. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I feel like I should give. I really feel like I should give them health. I really feel like they've been lacking on health. They take some hits, but more intelligence means a further attack if I'm correct, right? Oh no, just regen. More attacks. This is further attacks. I like his mask, dude, right? The Muertes mask. It's good cause they keep dying. Let's go luck. I like a hefty luck. I can't believe that worked. Oh my god. And Rafina got full health from it too. I love it. Alright, alright. Oh man. Thank you, Elric. And a full, I don't need a full heal again, but that's fine. I don't need that. I need that. Speed? His speed is kind of jacked up. We're gonna go more regen. I'm just gonna use it all. I want a Charmed Pinky. We'll go the next one first. Neil wrinkles his nose. What is that familiar smell? Is it tuna? Is it tuna? We smash. We smash. Neil cracks open the can of tuna. Absolutely delectable. What a treat. Healed 10 health. Good. Neil was at full health, but now Neil got 10 health. That's so very awesome. All right, Neil. What shall you wear? Can you wear both? You cannot.
Meow. Meow.
I like 2 attacks. Who doesn't have a hat? Oh, they all have hats. You don't need that. You do need that. You don't need that. You don't need that. You should have this instead.
Meow.
We're gonna keep that. This has been kind of working. Rafina is very sketch. Very sketch. It's very hit or miss with Rafina. Alright, what are we looking at? Oh, bro, not my pinky. Come on, dude. I literally just got that pinky. That's so fucked up. You suck. Alright, we're gonna each take a shark. She go. She go. Nelly, she go. Damn, that didn't do much. I don't think that's gonna do anything either. Uh-oh. Does that kill itself? No. Uh-oh. Nice. Sure. That works for me. Dead. Oh, not dead. Almost dead. Meow. Good cat. You stay there, actually. It's a good spot. Hmm. Hadouken! Hadouken! You know what? Fuck it. Let's burn him. Knew it wouldn't really do anything, but still fun to do. Meh. Meh. Alright. Uno mas. You good on health? You good on health? Am I good on health? Yeah. I'll give you a little health. Fantastic. Alright. Enough of that. Alright, let's get... Fuck it, let's get some money. Or we can go for this trash bag. Let's go for the trash bag. We'll bring this cat over for the money. Oh. Well, I guess we're not getting that. Can we swim? What the fuck was this? I'm gonna get out of that range. This doesn't seem like a good spot to be. Damn, if only. Alright, it's fine. We're gonna roll through this sewer like no issues. Can you get to me? Oh, that's right. I forgot I had the little flea. Was that it? Oh, he's got one left. One left. What the fuck was that? A water kitten? Yo, okay, that's new. A water kitten. Okay. Well, it's gonna run away anyways, so. No! Oh, boo there. That's crazy. Are you kidding me? Really? Alright. Well, that's fucking silly. Why is this suddenly doing this now? All right, we're just gonna relax. Just stay where you're at. That's wild. I don't know why it was suddenly picking me up now. Nelly, true MVP. Let's see, strength up. We don't really need. I mean, strength is bad. Mana regen. Honestly, I think a high intelligence cleric sounds like a good idea in this game, at least. Everybody's decent health except for Rafina. Rafina rocking. Not bad. Thank you, Zero, for the lurker interaction. I'm gonna be real, I didn't even know you were here. Massive deformed head lies before Neil. Mouth agape, its single unmoving eye stares at Neil. Oh, we're gonna fight it. We're gonna fight it. Neil leaps at the strange head, striking it before it has time to react. Neil rips out a single eye as its trophy. Neil got eyeball. Eyeball. Heal. Wow, that's gross. You keep that, Neil, in case you need it. Yeah. All right, so we can do this, a boss, and then go home. We got a fork. Is this like a weapon? Heals 5 HP when you kill a unit or destroy a corpse. Okay, when you kill a unit or destroy a corpse. Okay, pretty good. All right, here we go. Boss battle. Boris. That Pinky is on our team, right? Yeah. I washed Darius' bed and he is fussy. Oh, he's about to do some serious burrowing. Moves 1 tile forward, whatever damages it. Will dash on its last turn. Trample. Whoever kills gets all stats. Alright. Oh, he got the status. Wow, that fucking blows. So unless like my mage goes and attacks this bird, he just one hits it. Unless I made him go the opposite direction, which I probably could have done that. Oh man. All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna stay kind of close to that guy. Oh, we gotta flee. Oh no. Oh no. Bro, why does the fat blob move so much? That's so weird. Good hit. Deals more damage the less health the target unit has. I mean, like it should do a decent amount, but I don't know if I want to keep Nell this close. Let's try. Hang in there, Nell. Cool, that actually was really good. Did I not hit him? Oh, am I not on the right time? Oh, there we go. I was like, that would have been fucking insane. Oh, dude, he's gonna hit us both. That's fine. Confused! Oh, what did that do? Oh, I guess I didn't do shit. Alright, whatever. That was cool. 4, 5, I don't have enough. Let's go. Look at that butthole. Look at that butthole. I think I got this. I think I got this, gang. He can't hit them. He can't hit Nelly anymore. Yeah, Nelly. Get the fuck out of there. I can't even use that food anymore. Oh, bro, come on. Damn, not far enough. If I teleport, it would be far enough, but am I willing to take that chance?
Meow.
Go here.
Meow.
Five, 9. I think I can do this. Aha! Okay, alright. I can't move anywhere, so I'm gonna have to take a hit. It's fine. It's a boss. All right, we just gotta finish the boss. Where's he going? Now you're on fire. Fucking loser. Fucking nerd. All right. Where's he at? 61. 61. Everybody's feeling the mode right now. 61. Let's go. Big hit. Big hit, and he's on fire. Bro, just live. Live, damn it, live. Alright, I need to heal him. I need to go in and heal him. This could be Nelly. Oh my god, I can finish this, actually. Yeah, oh, this is definitely gonna finish it. Or not. So we're about to find out. Nelly's gonna finish it. Because could Nelly take a hit? Damn, I'm so torn. Do we really think this is 25? He's got 28. What does the fork do? The fork heals you after you take down an enemy. Damn. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna open wound it. Let's see what happens. One more hit. Nelly for the win. Nelly for the win. Let's go. Oh my god, my 1 health. Dude, 1 health. Neil, you Chad, you Neil. Ah, oh, God, you sexy son of a bitch. What are we giving Neil? More attack? What was charisma again? His stuff isn't, I don't really use his stuff that much like that. Honestly, that's a good move. You know what? Fuck it. Well, they're retiring anyways. We're ending this run here. I don't think it even lets me go to the next stuff anyways. Yeah, so we have to go home. We fucking did it. We ran through the sewers on our first run. It got a little dicey. Oh, what's that? A crucifix and a fish. Got dicey, you know? I didn't think we were gonna make it through all those, but these cats right here, grizzled units, veterans, just knights, whatever you want to call them. Oh my god, why does every game have spiders? Whoa, that was hey, do you want to go into the caves? Wow, that was terrifying. Look at all that. Ooh, look at all that stuff. I kind of want that. So let's get rid. Man, I know the bow is gonna be something. Get rid of those. Medicat is just shitty cleric. It really is. Oh, there's the okay. Can they still intermingle and shit in intercourse? What a G. Oh. Not yet. I need your guys' genes. Yeah, honestly, we're not gonna roll that one. I'm actually happy with cleric, so. Get rid of emo wig. We'll leave these for now. Butch has something to say. Let them fuck! Absolutely. Alright, they stay account? Okay, cool. Well. It looks like you got you another caller. A thief. Personal favorite of mine, don't you know? Can stab them in the back? Okay, alright. Don't get me started on how quick they are. Just hope the girls don't know. Two pump Peter, am I right? Alright, he needs a lot more. Upgrades item storage, another room for your house, information to help breed cats. Oh. Because it has the word breeding in the name doesn't instantly make it cool. Inbreed your cats can be... Man, I don't even remember the voices I did in it earlier. I'm so tired. Alright, I don't think I have any kittens anyways. So these cats are all chill. Let's end the day and just see where we're at. 8 cats, that's way too many. Let's see. Hell yeah, let's go. That is a choice. For sure a choice in breeding. Yeah, let's go, Nelly! Neil and Nelly, my 2 MVPs! Oh, I can't wait. That's wild. That is such a wild animation. There were no winners. So concussion, whatever, you guys don't do anything. Oh my god. Whoa, suffered disfigured? Bro, how can he get more disfigured? Look at this thing. Hiss. He just said hiss. Hiss, 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 hiss. Alright, catty cat. Stay over there. Catty cat. Ah, dude, Nelly. What did catty cat get? Okay. You're gonna be my cleric, probably. Do nothing. Are you kidding me? Do nothing. Gotta split out Ivar. Ivor. Bro, look at him. He has such good stuff. It sucks that he won't mate, and now he's disfigured. So like, ain't nothing gonna mate with that. All right, let's see what was catty cat does. Nothing. That's so dumb. But your parents were goated. So let's see. Speed 5, 6. Okay, you're gonna be my distance one because I can afford to lose some speed if we give you ranger or archer or whatever. This is actually really helpful. You know, as silly as it sounds, that has been very helpful. Great cleric. Catty, you lazy bitch, bro, for real. All right, let's see. I can't bring them with me, but I can get rid of them. So honestly, I wanna learn more about cat breeding. So I'm gonna make a completely. We're gonna do this. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. They're both gotta go. We're doing it. Cat VR. Bro, cat VR. Gain 1 magic damage until the end of the turn. Attack. Chasing you. Okay. Meow. That's actually not bad for cat VR. Oh, they're already get ready. All right, let's do another day. Let's do another day. Oh, Frank's got something to say. Frank's voice hurts my voice. So here we go.
Frank is scared. The cave or a dark, spooky place. Frank was a dead guy in that place once. But don't worry. We got so smart and built a new Frank out of the old one.
Oh, he's Frankenstein.
Good as new, right? Look how we can make this one dance.
Wow.
Frank can't dance like old Frank can. But look again.
I see where he's going. Frank needs a nap. That was it? Just, all right, Frank. Oh, look at this. Cat Mart. Yeah.
Hi, gay. I'm Tracy. But honestly, I feel a word can fully represent who I am as a person. So don't bother using it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get it. We buy stuff from you. Yeah, cool. Thank you. But personally, I gotta step behind loving animals. In fact, I believe all animals should have the same rights as us, if not more. Even the term pet showcases the bigoted speciesist agenda that the sick world ascribes to. If I had my way, using that word would be punishable by death. God damn it.
Hello. Hi, gay. Welcome to Piedmont, where our love for pets is never ending.
Every donation of a cat aged 5 or older will go directly to the expansion of this location. P-Mart thanks you for your patronage and have a blessed day. I hate you. Oh, she's like bipolar. Food for eating. I have a lot of food. Ooh. That's it? Okay. So we just gotta give him one cat that's pretty good. How old is everybody? Hiss. You're, how old did they say? 5? I think I'm gonna get rid of Jessica. Oh. Hello.
Hi.
Ugh. Man, you're setting so many mixed signals. Alright, Frank still has some stuff. Alright, let's let him mate again. We got another day. Let's see what happens. Wanted to get together with Materia, but Materia wasn't having it. That's it? What the fuck is this chihuahua looking thing? Mikey! Mikey! You look like a chihuahua. You are not a cat. That is not a cat. He sleeps like a dog too. Get out here, Mikey. Ah! Oh, sorry, Materia. Cat VR! Catius. Alright. Dude, if Neil's not gonna, I'm gonna give him one more chance to mate. If they don't mate after this one, I'm trashing them. Hey, there we go. Pop that sucker out. Look at that thing with those legs. That's it? All right, Neil's out. I'm sorry. Especially Ivor. He's not doing anything anymore. So I'm gonna have to drop him. Whew. His face is so cute. Ivor? No, he's not. Let's see. Tracy, we'll go to Butch. Now, do I need more upgrades or do I want Frank? I want another house. Ivor's out. How old are you? 5? You're out. Neil gets a shot, Elmo gets a shot, and Nelly gets a shot. We're gonna keep them. This is another dog. What the hell? That's not a cat. Decent stats though. Ooh, I like that. All right, maybe I'll do one more night. What do you got? You're going to Tink. All right, let's end the day. One more day. One more day. Yeah, let's go. They doing it again. They doing it. Oh, we got twins. They made twins. We got 2. Hell yeah. Because he only wants sewers or above. Oh, that's true. Yeah, so I'll send all of those to Butch. Marilyn, melee attack, smack. A weak melee attack. Okay, very adorable. You're going to Tink. We're almost there. I'm bringing all the kittens over there until we know how to make better kittens. All right, you guys, you have not done anything. So maybe because they're in the attic, let's give it one more day. One more day. See, look, Elmo and Nelly got it on immediately after I took them out of the attic. I don't think they're supposed to be in the attic. Oh no, the fucking dog. What's wrong with Cadius? Are you like, oh. All right, well, you're in the attic. You're in the, actually, we don't want to spread that. So you're 10? Oh, dude, you're out. All right, Nelly, you're out. Neil, it's been real, my guy. Who beat up Cadius? The dog. All right. Oh, what is this ugly thing? Look at this. I'm getting some real uggos. Macaroni. Oh my goodness. All right. We're running out of supplies. Tink screaming no uggos. Bro. All right, so Elmo can also go to Butch. So I think what we're gonna do, we're just gonna clean slate it. We're gonna bring Elmo to Butch. Good solid 3. What was my 4th one? I must have given him to the sewer guy. All right, so let's see what we have in stock here. So that's good. We will probably bring Cat VR. What is that? What had the crazy? Oh. Wow. All right, so let's take. We're gonna take Missy Moo, already a fighter. That monstrosity. Tunnel could be good for backstab. Ooh, I didn't think about that. Let's try it.
The next hour brought to you by
What a wild meow. We'll take that one. Welcome in, Raiders. Privy West, thank you for that raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Zachbot. I work out, play video games, foster the puppies. We're actually switching from puppies to kittens now, playing some eugenics. Hello, how was playing eugenics yourself? We're fairly early into this right now. We just got to the sewers for the first time. We'll take this one. I think we're good. We'll leave the Chihuahua. Bro, that's, look at this. Look at this and tell me that this is a cat. This is not a cat. This is a dog. More Cat Fire Emblem players. Let's go. Hell yeah. Yeah, we beat the, well, did you go and beat it on like hard? Because I went through, I beat the boss on the sewers and then I went home. Like, it doesn't give me any of the hard options just yet. Hey, yo. Attacks from the shadows. These are great at evading hits, collecting coins, and striking from behind. That is gonna go for Materia. That one is gonna be good. Now, sucks is that strength is really, really low. Really, really low. Maybe that's not good. The tunnel is good, but I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna work well. Fast move, we get rid of strength and constitution. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it. She throw, I mean, that's what the it does, but I could nail throw from behind, so that could work. So she's definitely ranged, but we'll be fine. Thank you for the follow, Privy West. Appreciate that. Also, welcome in, Element. Hello, hello. We're gonna bank off of the attack going from further away. We definitely need a cleric. There's just no doubt about it. What does it get rid of? Speed and dexterity. Speed and dexterity. Who has speed and dexterity to lose? Missy Moo. Missy Moo's a fighter, though. Missy Moo is absolutely a fighter. What would that change? Actually, that's not bad. Missy Moo is now a cleric. Cat VR. Cat VR. What are we doing for Cat VR? Or man, we're gonna go tank. Last one. Last one. Where are we filling in this role? What would that do? Collect the next projectile, hit it back. Damn. Projectile. We're not going to be up close, so it's either going to be one of these.
Nice little bow
on top. Bro, this game is actually really fun. I'm having such a good time. It's like, it allows me to think. But yeah, congratulations on hitting the sewer. That was not easy. That was not easy. But I am a huge Fire Emblem girly. Oh man, between that and Pokemon, those were the two Game Boy games that I played way too much as a kid. You know what? Let's go range or hunter. Damn, that's movement is so bad though. Actually, this is a better one. This is a better one. All right, what do we got? What do we got? So you are gonna be basic attack. Let's go. Cleric.
Meow.
Should be okay. We'll see how this works. We'll see how this works. Also, too, anybody new who also enjoys watching Mewgenics, definitely check out our friend Apothecary, who also is a member of Team BBR and playing Mewgenics, and in easily one of the funniest people, if not the funniest person on Twitch. So go check him out. All right, I think we're good. I think I'm feeling very iffy about this. I'm feeling very iffy about this. I don't like this team. A tank, a thief, a mage, and a cleric. That is, I don't know. I feel like I'm missing some attack power. I don't know how far we're gonna get on this one. We'll see. I don't know. Cleric is just off tank. It'll be fine. Cleric puts in some work, dude. Nelly was a game changer for me too. All right. In a straight line. A weak melee attack. If this crits, inflict bleed. Hell yeah, Cleric is so OP. As I've seen so far, it is choice. Also, welcome in, Josias. Hello. Are you also from the raid? Why you wouldn't run it? Oh yeah. I don't know, I just feel like we're not getting a lot of hard hitters, but we should be fine. Oh dude, he has no health. They have pretty decent health. Alright. Shiv, your basic attack has a +2 damage, plus 25% critical chance, and inflicts bleed 1 when attacking unit in melee range. That's awesome. Hold on. Let's fucking go. Amazing. Amazing. Love it. And now we hide. Ooh. Toadstyle. Did you get Toadstyle yet? Landing on a unit deals damage. Ooh. This is so cool. Whee! Oh my god, that's so cool. Oh yeah. Dang, I actually probably could have got close to it, or if not, been able to attack it.
Meow meow.
Meow meow. This is amazing. This right here, oh my god, this is amazing. All right. Oh, what?
Meow. Meow.
Nice. This is like cat Pokemon. Crazy. When you cast a spell, gain plus magical damage for the rest of your turn. There's no way I'll be able to hit that. So, let's just get a coin. Fantastic. And then, we're gonna teleport right here. And get another coin. And then, we're gonna teleport back away so we don't get hit by that rat. And we just got 2 coins. Fantastic. Tunnel gonna go, oh yeah, tunnel's gonna go hard. Tunnel's gonna go hard. Oh, I can only do it once per battle. Fuck. Oh, crazy. All right, that's fine. Let's do it again.
Wrapped it all
How far can this hit? Yeah, screw it. Let's see. Oh, it does. All right, cool. Just enough. Ninja Star. Hell yeah, double attack. Ninja Star. Kitten's gonna die. Oh, bro, I'm about to land on this kitten. Hadouken! Oh man, that was awesome. Too bad it did 1 damage to him. I guess that's not that great. Alright, well, I'm probably gonna get hit on this next one.
Meow meow. Meow meow.
Yeah, give me that stat boost. Let's go. Love it. Love it. Fantastic. Bro, this is the most terrifying of the cats. With that deep voice. I think I can hit all of them. If I put it right there, I think I can at least hit those 2. If I go like there, I can hit them all. I can hit 2 of them. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, I guess that didn't attack him. Oh, well, fuck me. Get out of here. Love the laugh. Psych! Hell yeah, son, give me that health. Give me that health! And now get the fuck out of my face! Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Hadouken! That was awesome. I feel like Reflect's not gonna be that great. I don't really understand when I'm gonna actually have a good time to use it. Oh my glob, it's like chess with cats. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what Fire Emblem is like anime chess, but with a story. Indeed, yeah. It's a game where like you kind of feel a little smart. The reflect carries over in other turns. What does that mean? Like you just put it on once and then like you're pretty much set for the rest of like the battle? Then that's actually really cool. If that's the case. It has to go. Let's see what a back shot does against this guy. Solid back shot. The next instance. But you're saying it carries over to other turns. Like, will it be on there until essentially you get hit and then it goes away, or will it go away after that first round? Backbreaker. That immobilizes. Fleeing all units in a straight line onto nearby tiles. Melee attack that inflicts stun. It's a lot. I mean, that cannot move. Skip the next turn. I mean, I like that one. Stays until used. All right, then that's actually really good. Yeah, hit him in the beehole. Hell yeah. All right, let's see. A large pile of trash blocks blocks the creepiest fucking cat ever made with no health. This thing is going down. The large heap is composed of deceased cats. It's truly horrifying. Do we loot it or do we examine it? I think I'm gonna examine, because that's a pretty beefy stat. Chopped it all up. You got breakfast. Oh, that's delicious. Breakfast. Ooh. He needs it. Nah, we'll try this. We'll see how that works. They all have something? Alright, cool. Alright, let's fight! Breakfast. Alright, we got our tank first. Kind of wild we have our tank first. Also, what does poop do? Does anybody know what poop does? Are we like supposed to hit it? Do we avoid the poop? What's the deal? Can I land on the poop? I think it's bad. Alright, we avoid poop. Poop. Doesn't smell good. Very true. Unless that's your thing. You know, no tea, no shade. We're only fighting flies. How does this guy get around? Are we supposed to fight? Meow. How does this guy get around? I don't understand. Are we supposed to break this thing? Man, none of them are in a straight line. I feel like if we hit the poop, the flies will come out. Throw litter on it. Eaty litter. Let's hit the poop. I want to see what happens. Nothing. Okay. At least it wasn't bad. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh no. Oh no. What happened? Generates 2 health at the end of its turn. Oh yeah, that's fine. What we need. Alright, so your boy's getting bullied here. Get out of there.
Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow.
Knuckle punch.
Meow.
Fantastic. We're literally throwing our cleric right in the mix. That's insane. Who would do such a thing? Who would do such a oh, what is that? I didn't see that pigeon. We're gonna go kill that pigeon. I'm gonna go fuck up that pigeon. Whoa! What? Oh, okay. Well, fuck. I guess I can't do anything.
Meow meow meow.
Where do we get a box? The old box of chocolates. Chocolates. Oh. And we're out again. Does he need health? Not really.
Meow, meow, meow.
Oh, he's gonna hit me into poop. He hit me into poop. He hit me into poop. Oh yeah, son. It's like you're about to get the back shot special. Ring a ding ding. I still don't know how to get to this guy. Are we just like... Yeah, I have no idea how to get to that guy. I guess... Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I'm gonna try and jump on him. Maybe that'll work. Ooh, oh, there's still that rat.
Meow.
Yeah, what is he gonna do? Thank you, WifeBot, for the lurker interaction.
Meow. Meow.
Could tunnel. Alright, that's how you do it. I don't need to do anything for them. Surprise, motherfucker!
Surprise, motherfucker! Surprise! Surprise! Surprise, motherfucker!
Alright, let's see what we got here. Okay. Teleport behind a unit. Nothing personal, kid. Oh, that's literally what dig is, but I can use it more than once. Gain stealth 1. 50% dodge chance, lose stealth when you get hit. Melee attack that has all effects of your basic attack and ignores shield. Damn, those are good. Those are good. I like stealth. Oh no, you have to use 10? No. I would rather the teleport from behind. Cost less. I'll let that ride for now. Stone orbit. Like the gum? Spawn a small rock when you take damage. Okay. Man, I like this game. Good call, Carrie. Thank you for the suggestion. Missy Moo finds a large wooden crate. It appears to be in good condition. Missy Moo wonders what treasures could be inside. Open. Smash. It's open. Come on. Let's go. Nice. Got a leather cap. Okay, that's good. Man, I really feel like I should get that. You are so squishy. Oh, you can get both. Oh, cool. Sweet. All right, here we go. First boss fight. It is really in the vibe, for sure. And it's like, I don't know, it's so simple and nicely done. Oh, whack. All right. Are we ready to teleport? All right, so if I teleport, is that only a certain distance? Oh, that's so dumb. But I can teleport away. Fuck it. I have an idea. Oh no, then I can't teleport away. Alright, I can't do that. Alright, so, and he's in grass. What is this?
Meow.
Hmm. Fuck it. Let's do it. My God.
Meow.
This fucker. Ah, I don't have any fire. This game is also unbelievably big. Bro, and it's like only, it's not even 5 gigs. Welcome back, Anna. How are you doing? How was the studying? Man! You know what? Get the fuck out of here. This is... Oh! What? Man! You are a real piece of shit. You know that? You fucking know that? You... Oh, you suck. Suck! Bet your parents never loved you. Oh, well, there goes that one.
Meow.
There's a bear trap in there. Unless that gets rid of the bear trap.
Meow.
Alright, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're gonna inflict confuse on him. So he's not into grass, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna confuse him. He's gonna hit us, that's fine. And we're gonna call it a day. Nice! Oh, awesome. I can't get to that. Oh, I can get to that. Nice. And now we get the fucking back away. Oh, I love teleport. I didn't think I was gonna like it so much. It's actually really good. Hit her, hurt yourself. Hurt yourself. Oh, you suck. Three. I hope this works. Oh my God, come on! Come on, bro! You gotta hit one! You gotta hit one! His fucking gape is wide open! What are you doing? Oh. Yeah, but like it lowers the chance, 50% dodge chance. Come on now. Am I gonna miss every time? I understand it's you know, it's iffy, but that's crazy. course, it's just far away. Hit you, what, 2 back? Man, that's wild. That's actually really, really insane. Same color as his ass. You know what? That's probably why he got confused. That's probably what happened. That makes more sense. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Reload! Ah, that's fine. Do I go for it? Do I go for the teleport? Ah, I can't do them both. Nah. Yes, so different abilities, they're also different classes. So you have, like the white one is a cleric, this is my tank, this is my thief, and this is my mage. Oh, I guess I did use Reflect. I didn't even realize I used Reflect. Alright, who am I using? Cat VR. Cat VR is our tank. Our tanky tank. He's very tanky. Also, I love how the bear traps are just gone, so I have no idea where they're at. That's really cool. Yep. Oh, let's go. Big hits only, baby girl. Baby girl. Oh, you can't hit me back because I'm still right here. Oh, what's up? What's up, fool? What's up, fool? It's like you had health, but now you don't have health because I figured out your fucking bullshit. Yeah, fool? You ready? You ready to get hit again? Back the fuck up. And you landed on your bear trap. Sucks to suck. That's right. Imagine getting played at your own game. Nerd. Oh, and you just fell into your own bear trap like the fucking idiot that you are, you stupid idiot. Don't mess with this pussy. I think that might be your bear trap. So either way, clerics always finish the job. This is the whole point of having a cleric. It's actually your big hitter. Your biggest DPS comes from your cleric. 3 rounds right there. That was a boss fight. Let's go, Missy Moo. Missy Moo was meant to fight though, because like the first day I got her, she was fighting. All right, give a unit +1 bonus move. That unit becomes the alpha. Ooh, the alpha. Ooh, hello kittens. Hello kittens. Did you know that I have now promoted you to the alpha? You will become my favorite of kittens, but don't tell the other kittens. I don't want them fighting over me. If there's an alpha, this spell must target it, and it gives you a +1 bonus move too. Okay, so all of that for 1 more tile. Okay. Oh. That's a good one. I think this one's the move. Definitely the move. Oh, can I get hard now? Yeah, well, oh my god.
Hey, yo.
Daddy, chill.
Oops, sorry, wrong choice of words. Oopsies. Psst, hey, my guy, hey, come over here, hey, you know that you got a choice of which path you can take, hey, did you know that? You can keep going to the right, take the easy way out, like you did last time. But I heard there's some cool stuff if you go south. Better items, harder fights, more rewards, harder penises. What? The path is strong. You gotta go hard to go home, man. Go hard to go home. Should we take the hard route? I feel like we're going really early on to this. At this point, I think we just keep the momentum, right? We've gotten to the sewers. We're apparently going through this pretty fast. I think we should go hard. We should go hard or go home. That's it. Go hard or go home.
Hey, yo.
All right, these are dead. Oh, these aren't dead. They look dead. Fuck that thing, bro. That thing sucks. All right, what do we got? What do we got? We got some mana on the ground. We got a coin. We got. Ooh, that's a big pooter. That's a fucking hefty pooter. All right, what do we got? We got Ninja Cat followed by Cat VR. We are then getting a ton of turns doing nothing. Then our fellas can jump in, followed by way more waiting. Wow, that's a lot of enemies. All right. How do we do this? All right, please give me double hit. That'd be so cool. Double hit, double hit, double hit, double hit. Did you hear that? Girl, he got bars. He got bars. All right, so this is what we can do. I can teleport, get behind, try and do this attack. It's a weak attack, but it might inflict bleed. I don't think it's worth it. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. Bro, this beat is wild. We are gonna get the fuck out. We can only use this once per battle, but I feel like this is fine. I think it's fine. Jumpy jump. Will this break the rock? Kind of. Alright, well, I wasted that turn. That was very silly of me to do.
Meow, meow.
Meow, meow. Do you guys fight each other, or like you just hate us? Just hate us. All right. What do we got here? What's do we got? You should probably take that. Not a lot going on right now. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take it. Get rid of that rock. Fuck that. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My bad, dude. I didn't know that was gonna hit you. Here, don't worry. I'll sing you a song. See? All better. No more boo-boos. You're welcome. Watch this shit. Die, bird. And we're out. I fucking love that move. Don't hit him. Stop. Stop. Don't do that. Stop. No, stop, bro. He's just a guy. What are you doing? That's so not cool. Oh, I'm fucking up that pigeon. I'm fucking up that pigeon. Kind of want them to give me the double move. Hopefully it will. I would be very happy if it does. And we'll do 5. You know what? Fuck that bird. We're gonna fuck the bird up. Yeah, give us stuff. I like stuff. Yeah. No evidence. You know what I'm saying? All right, I'm gonna need to take your life. Oh, not that one. Good enough. All right. See, we're doing it. We got this now. We got this. It's gonna get iffy at some point, I'm sure. But oh man, he needs love. He needs so much love right now. Could you kindly hand him some of your love? I need more love than that. Ah, fucking thank you. That was so nice of you. All right, and that'll do it for that one. Oh, this guy's still over here, fucking doing his own thing. All right, so maybe they'll try and hit me. I have the reflect, so let's see if it works. Do it, coward. Haha! Sucks to suck! It worked! Alright. Who are we going for? He's weak, he's pretty weak. I could probably take one of them down. Nice. Oh, and we got a second attack. Let's fucking go. Go for the rat. Okay. For the body. Loot that body. Loot that body. Go there. We'll go there. Damn right, baby. And then we will finish it off like that. One attack? No, give me 4 attacks. 4 attacks with one character is how I like it. The creepy one. Shoot lightning bolts in 8 directions with a 15% chance of stunning. Ooh, skip the next turn. Okay, injure yourself. No. A fire spell that increases its range, area, damage, and burn by every turn? I feel like that's a liability. I really feel like that's gonna really fuck me up. Same with this one. We just gotta make sure my team is not in the way. That's a big amount too, but 7 damage is pretty good. Oh man, these are rough. These are all seem like they can actually be a problem. Fuck it. Let's go. Let's elemental it up. Let's see what happens. We got an odd remote. An odd remote. Cast a random spell. I'm gonna pass on that. Ooh, some catnip. We got drugs. We got kitty drugs. Kitty drugs. Kitty drugs. Missy Moo finds a purse on the ground. Its charming color seems out of place for such a gloomy area. Let's go open. Go, Missy Moo. Nice. All sorts of cosmetics. She glams it up and feels very pretty. All right, I need to use the Banyo, but it looks like I got a buff for Missy Moo. I never remember how to do this. There we go. Missy Moo. What's that little buff? What do we get? Probably charisma. The Chariz. I will be BRB right now. I have to use the Banyo. Watch these clips. He said, I don't like this. Terrible timing. Oh, why am I not hitting him? Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Go then. Go. Get out of here. Get out.
Oh, you sad?
I told you that I would, fuck.
Oh well.
Bro, did your boy just jump?
Bro, he tried to do TikTok trends. He fell off the edge.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Literally the epitome of fucking problems here.
The what of problems?
Epitome.
How do you guys say that word?
Epitome?
Epitome?
Epitome? No, epitome. E-I-T-O-M-E.
Epitome.
Epitome? No, I said epitome. Epitome. Epitome.
I believe that's how you've been saying that word.
All right, we're back. Also, a reminder: this is our lovely drawing of today, of the good doctor and myself being very nice to a cat in Mewgenics, a cat that unfortunately was not picked in the beginning and became puree, or should I say, puree. Oh, that was so bad. Puree. Also, it's so fucking hot in this room now because of the humidifier. Oh my goodness, it's so warm. I'm not like hot, but it is warm compared to the house. All right. Oh, that's right. We're not using a controller. Wow, a whole stream with no controller. That's wild. As a true console player. Oh. Saw that? Easy game. Easy. All right. Also, Zero, how are you liking your Final Fantasy playthroughs? I feel like you're making some steam going there. All right, what do we got here? We got some. These look like fucking. Oh my god, what? Oh my god, what are the names of like the super ghetto Mexican chicks called again? What the fuck are they called? I should know this, and I'm drawing the biggest blank. This is how you know I'm super tired. Cholas, bro. These are the chola cats right here. Fucking the chola, yeah. Oh, she's a fucking. Oh my god, what is the? She's a torta, bro. She's a torta, chola, right here. Slow units. She's slow. She's a torta. She's a torta. Counter attacks when hit. Oh, that sucks. So maybe we keep our distance. Group 2 affects max mana and initial mana. Chola torta. All right. Not gonna lie, a game called Mewgenics. I assumed it was handsome cats getting plastic surgery. You are. So, see, that's the thing. There's like tips to breed, but I feel like it's so random. I don't know why. Like, I don't know. But also welcome in Sulfuric. Hello, Chola. It's the Chola. Alright, I feel like we have to cross this water regardless, right? Like there's just no way around it. He can jump over, but I'm thinking we jump over on this side. Trying to go in the big grass. I don't need health currently, so I'm gonna let that ride for somebody else. We'll let that simmer. You will be same. You're a fast guy. You're gonna be over here. At the chola, ha cha chola. The chola. Oh, come on, dude. Movement range is reduced by 2 for the next 2 turns. Takes its turn later. What did you just do? Hmm. Oh, I fucked up. Oh man. Oh man. That's fine. I can refresh that next. That's fine. Look at that. That's why we got the brain. That's why we got the brain. It's not always good, but we got it. Meow. This is what we're gonna do for now. He's gonna be healing soon. Alright. Okay. Could do this, then dip out. Or teleport, then move. Teleport, attack, probably could kill him. And then dig away. Or why can't I just attack? I'm just gonna attack him. It's all grass, so I should be fine. Double the attack? No. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna end it there. See what happens. Damn, bro, he's slowed by 6 turns now. Dude, they are picking on my tank. I mean, that's the whole point, right? Is he supposed to catcall? Oh my god, they are cholas. They'll ruin your life. It's called an empanada. Don't do it. They're called empanadas. They're delicious, but it's not worth it. Alright, we're gonna take some life from Joe. We're gonna take some life from Joe. Thank you. And then we're gonna fuck you up and punch you. Look at that. Oh, dude, this cat, like, I understand why they target cat VR. What an absolute unit. What a unit. Oh, I see. So this is a good later attack. Oh my god, that would hit them both. Oh my god, that would hit them both. I don't have enough mana. I can't get too eager on that. I feel like if it's not a good idea if I just jump at it. I have to play it smart. That's it? Oh, come on, dude. Alright, so that should kill him at the end. Oh, it ain't gonna matter, you're dead. Alright. How do we do this? Need to get... Take out the fly. Okay. It's like I want to set it up. Oh, what? Come on. I love the tooltip on move. What do you mean? Was there a tip or something it said on the move? Man, I had it perfectly set up. I mean, they were cornered. What were they gonna do? Cowards. We're gonna go that. More. Tasty rats and crispy thighs. Welcome in, Devorian. Oh no. Finds a little friend. She proudly shows it off to the party. Isn't it cute? Missy Moo got Saccalina Carcini. Oh my god. It's got a fucking tapeworm, bro. Oh no. What does that mean? Oh, wow. Huh. Well, that's something. I got fucking worms. Oh my god. It's actually not that bad, so I'll take it. That's crazy. Yeah, it's like the Fosters. 5 shield, bro. This worm wants me to live. What happened? That was it? That was nothing? Ah, whatever. Oh, I ate. Oh, it healed me. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Trampo. You can move through other units, damaging and displacing them. I don't know if that's gonna work though, because I have jump. Block attacks from the front. It's probably that one. Poison 1 on units that contact you? Oh wait, would that poison my friends? It's this one or this one? We're gonna do Hardhead. Welcome in, Thunder. How are you doing, dude? I feel like long time no see. How you been? I can buy them both. You can re-roll your options when you level up. Alright. I don't need that. I have one already. I like she has a pin that just says no. I don't know if you guys saw that.
You got a great ass!
Great ass!
And you got your head all the way up it!
Hell yeah, dude. Jesus. Dude, I don't know if we're gonna make it to the sewers. What happens if they all die? Do I just like lose these cats? Oh, what? Tasty legs and crispy thighs. Tasty, tasty legs. I hate this guy so much. What was that? I mean, he can't, like, he can't actually attack you. He just throws bombs. Come on, work. Got him. Let's go. You will take care of the bomb. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Alright, we're gonna try that fire on this guy. Oh, that's actually a terrible idea. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do that. I wonder, does a bomb explosion count as a projectile? And could it reflect? Reflect? Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna collect. What makes it like I'm gonna attack something? I don't have any more attacks. Eh, screw it. Let's see what happens. Just leave it at that. Coward. Alright, well, I'm just gonna stop the bomb. Stuff the rat in the middle. Yeah. Alright, I don't need to heal anybody. Did you see that? What the fuck was that? That I pictured him lip singing this. This is a jam, bro. It is a jam. Onion rings. Oh, dude, you're so fucking hosed. First of all, you're going nowhere. Second of all, you're still going nowhere. Just wait. Lifesteal is coming for the next one. Oh, and you're thorned up? Dude, you're so screwed. You know what? Reload! Let's go! Oh, dude, you suck. Suck. Look at you. Reload! Let's go! Ah! You're not going nowhere. Hell yeah, dude. That is tight. Hell yeah. Look at that. We just got this man cornered. Round two. Round two, I have him in the corner. Let's fucking go. You couldn't have done this better. Like, this is perfect. Look at that. I can just take out that bomb. Easy. Easy. Oh, actually, I can't reach that bomb. Close enough. He can take a hit. Can I take a hit? I can't take a hit. King of cats. I wish you could heal yourself. Turtle. Look at that. Look at that. What do we got? Next hit? That's probably gonna kill him. I should, no, screw it. Let's do this again, shall we? First, it's a little hitty hit. Boom. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. What happens if I do this? That's so wild. Now you have 7 health. What, will this kill you? Let's find out. Increase any magical damage you deal. Is this considered magical damage? No. Oh, he's not dead? That's wild. How much does he have? 2? Oh, man. That's fine. He can't throw a bomb and have it explode. Oh, that's crazy. You thought you could get away from me? Because I'm right here, motherfucker. Imagine if the bomb blew up and still killed my guy. That'd be wild. Hell yeah, Missy Moo. Missy Moo is definitely the MVP of this round, of like this whole run through. Also, what is the green dookie on the rightmost cat? This cat has a worm. That was fun. Thank you. Thank you for that, puffer fish. The one on the tile. I'll check in a sec. Your basic attack inflicts confusion 2 on enemies and gives 2 allies. That's probably going to be the move right there. Oh my god. That's pretty cool. When you kill a unit or destroy a corpse, it becomes meat. Let's do that. Meow, meow. Let's see, which one? This one? This one? Or this one? This fucking guy? He's, that's Cat VR. Been really good. PCP. Hell yeah, bro. We actually have full, look, this is actual PCP. That's hilarious. Plus 5 damage in Madness 3. Thinks everything is an enemy. Uncontrollable. Wow. Okay. PCP. We just get our... Oh, you guys can't see. Oh my god. Look, you have to see this. You have to see this. It's... Oh my god. The fucking potato's in the way too. Can I just move this? I can't. You know what? There we go. You see that? That's fucking PCP. Look at that. Go back. There we go. PCP is something you can get in this game. That's awesome. We're gonna go back to the magic seed though. Bag of meat. Bag of meat, a bag of meat. Oh, I didn't realize I could put all this stuff on. Oh my god, I could put all this stuff on? That's awesome. Okay, I've been incredibly under-equipping them. Meow. Wow, I did not realize how much stuff I had that I could use. Interesting. Cool. You can now adventure to the Junkyard. 9631. Hell yeah, solo PCP run. Nobody getting damaged. All right, so we can go to the Junkyard. We haven't gone to the Junkyard yet, so I really don't feel confident that in this run that I could beat through the Junkyard. I truly believe that as happy I am with these cats, is I don't think they're ready for the Junkyard. But they're gonna get retired, so I'm gonna do it. Yeah, pussy cat. I see what you did there. All right, Junkyard it is. Just a junkyard dog. All right, here we go. Well, I was doing hard, so this is regular difficulty again. Dude, he looks like the Avatar. He looks like the cat Avatar. The Cavatar. That was stupid. What is that? A siren. Calls its enemies towards it and heals its adjacent allies. Oh, darn. Oh, fuck, dude. Huh. Okay. That's a doozy there. Interesting. I guess I have my own little thorns. I guess. Is this considered magic? I don't think so.
Meow, meow.
Holy shit, I can't believe that worked. Okay, so. I'll hurt my cat. What if?
Meow, meow, meow.
Let's try this. I have an idea. Holy shit, I didn't think it was gonna work that well. One shot? Oh my god. That's actually crazy. Nah, I'm just gonna go ahead and get the fuck out. Well, we'll go right there. It's fine. That is wild. I did not think that was gonna work that well. Wow. That's crazy. All right. Have to play it safe, hopefully. Oh, okay, we get another go. Okay, cool. Sucks, he's gonna get hit with thorns. Let's... I don't need lifesteal, but it does hit. Alright. It's fine. Saw a really good one from someone else playing it with something like Kitty Ray Jepsen. Jepsen? Really? Wow, that's actually insane. Hello, Shay. Potato. Thank you for that potato. How are you? Welcome in. See, I think that's gonna hit him though, right? No, it's a range, so it shouldn't hit him. Correct, did not. This will hit him though, so we'll let it ride. We'll let it ride out. Hopefully, we'll survive this onslaught. I think we'll be fine. We might be a little. Oh no. Oh, it saved him. I think that's a one use though. Kitty Ray Jepsen is so funny. Damn, dog. Alright. You know what? That's crazy that you think that first of all, that you have the audacity to ever even come at me like this, sir. Oh, I'm on fire now? Wow, that's fucking whack. Okay. Cool. Yeah, there goes your armor, nerd. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and get the fuck out of here. Later. And even further. Okay, we're gonna hit it from the back. Can I hit it from the back? Back shot. Back shot. And I am weak. Oh no, that's fine. We're gonna get more chances to attack anyways. You get confusion. And we're good. Alright, so first attack. Second attack, actually. That attack into that attack. Yeah, suckers! That's right, we got one kitty left. One bad putty tat. Hadouken! There we go. That's how we do it. How you doing, Shay? How's your day going? Another leg day for Saturday. I want to get stronger legs. So, chefs, do you know that overtraining your legs doesn't help them get stronger either, right? So, like, if you're truly putting an effort to fuck them up and get them stronger, it would be very hard for your average person to do that 3 days a week, in addition to all the other stuff you're doing. When you cast a spell, deal 1 random elemental damage to adjacent tile. That's cool. +5 starting mana, so randomly lose all unspent mana at the end of each. That's actually really good too. Turn around, use it again, gain 1 whenever you hit a new type of enemy. I think I'm gonna do Epiphany. Man, I like that now. That could work. That could work. I'm just a junkyard dog. A deep hole in the earth lies before Missy Moo. Orange-red light dances up from something burning deep below. You can either enter the hole or throw in a random item. Well, there ain't a hole I've ever been afraid to enter, so let's give that one a go.
Meow.
Come on, Missy Moo. Let's go! Got it again. She emerges several minutes later with a glowing item clutched in her paw. She got burning coals. A lobbed attack that inflicts burn and +2. Gain burn 1. Wait. Inflicts burn and +2. Gain burn 1 +2. Start of each turn. Interesting. Hey, thank you, Shay, for the tier 2. Thank you for the tier 2 sub, guys. We have hit our 100 for the month of February, so we only need March to go. So please keep that energy up. Thank you so much, Shay. Is it a K-hole? It's definitely a K-hole. Actually, that would be kid. Yeah, it's a K-hole. Here we go. All right. Dang, I realized like they gotta be a little soft right now. Yeah, he needs health like a motherfucker. What are we looking at here? Bird. Those suck. Popeye. And a siren. Dude, this is not a good turnout. Ooh, a lot of armor laying around. All right, let's see what can we do here.
Meow.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's do the fly. All right, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna set up a thorn. All right. Bro, shut up. All right, we all got stats now. Bro, why is this thing still going? Dude, so fucking creepy. I know, you are very creepy. You're the creepiest. How far can they go? Not very far. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do an attack. Nice little attack. We're gonna go fire surge on you. Okay, and then we are going to leave. Thank you. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, that kind of worked out. I mean, bro, you're about to get killed. All right. I mean, you know, you kind of asked for this. So, bye. Oh, you're not dead? Back here. Now you're dead. I am now in range though, so that's concerning. Let's see here, what should we do? I think we can get to this guy and then we could probably get the fuck out, right? Yeah, we got enough. We'll get to this guy. We'll throw a little knifey knife. Yeah. Reload? No reload. And we go back. Oh, I can't. All right, well, we're gonna go back this way. We always got a way to go. That's the thing. Oh no. What? I move him here. Boom, here. Oh, the ball's there. All right, what if I move him here? Okay. All right. Do a little attacky tack. Good for us. Let's go. And we got enough to warp on out. And we're back. Look at that. Easy peasy. They're gonna get burned to death. We are going to heal his... We heal? Yeah. Oh, he can't heal burns. Worth a shot. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Look at that. Got him. That ball is actually really good. All right, what do we got here? Bro, you can just go. Yow! There we go. We got that guy down. Last move. Oh, dude, we're done. This is it. Well, Maybe. He does get an attack on us.
It's been a year, Daddy.
It's
I
been a
really,
year.
really
Oh,
miss
look at that, I'm
you.
confused.
Mommy
Let's
says
go.
you went to the store to
And
get
on
milk.
fire and
Anyways,
confused.
I'm
Let's
failing
go.
all my classes.
Welcome in, welcome back, Zero. It's been a year, Daddy.
Oh wait, I can show you my pussy.
Hey, yo. Stat up. We got some strength. We don't need strength. Do we need strength? We don't need strength. We need dexterity. But that's fine. We don't have any. Stat up. Charisma. Chariz. Maybe we'll do charisma. Actually, let's go luck. Bro, a thief needs luck. More luck. Thank you for that. Thank you for the walk on again, Zero. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the hundo biddies for the I can show you my pussy. Oh, we got a battery. Every time you cast 3 spells, gain +3 charge. That's cool. It's been a year, Daddy. Bro, Missy Moo is the true... This is Missy Moo's arc right now. They're doing everything. Do we eat it or do we examine it? Last time I ate it, it hurt me. So we're gonna examine it. I got a snack! Oh my god, I pulled a snack out of a pile of poop. This is fucking cinema, guys. This is how a game should be made. Don't punish me. The magical pussies versus the can... What does that say? The can creeper. The magical pussies is the name of my group here. 1 damage when entering or starting your turn on this tile. Moving through this tile costs 2 movement. Oh. Bird. Bro, he's right next to the bird. Are you kidding me? That's so silly. That's so fucking silly. How many moves do you get? Tree? I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna be right here, big boy. I'm gonna be right here waiting for you, Dada. Oh, we're gonna have a little fly. Little fly on the wall. Yeah, that's good. It's been a year, Daddy. Reload! Blocked. Oh, you can only hit him from the front. Shoots diagonally or dashes forward, leaving a fly behind. Can only be damaged from the front. Oh, man. That's crazy. That's... Oh. Boo-boo. That is not good for my build. Don't do this. Don't do that. Oh, you... Alright, that's fine. That's fine. You think I fucking care? Dog, you think I care about that shit? Nah. Here for a good time. Not a long time. I need to get there. But I can't get there because there's nothing that leads to there. I went here, I would have to go there, but I can't go there. Can only be damage from the front. Could they be... Oh, fuck, that's a creep tile, isn't it? Oh, I fucked up. Meow. Meowsers. You know what I'm saying? Bro, when she hits you with that meowsers, I can do nothing but purr. That sucks. Oh, I didn't see that fly. That's so butt. Cool. You cannot move. Oh, it's gonna hit my guy. Whatever. Okay. Ain't no way you block that. Yeah, you can. You can't block that. All right, cool, cool. He's in it. He's in a spot I want him to be. Oh, what? We gotta get this guy out of here. Unfreaking believable. There we go. All right, all right, all right. You have reflect on still? All right, we're gonna chill right here. This is your spot. Oh. Whoa. Good, good. You'll get healed. Fantastic. All right, let's see what he does. Oh, I can confuse him. Maybe. Not. It's fine. So much for a mobile. Yeah, I got my own fly, sucker. Oh, I have to be in the creep pile, don't I? Reload! Oh, that'd be so cool if it was another reload. Gotta take a little bit of hits here, but that's fine. Oh, fuck. It put me in the wrong oh, damn it. Damn, dude. Can I still immobilize him? No. Whatever, I'm still gonna hit him. Get out of my face. Alright, let's see what happens. I mean, there's really nothing I can do with this guy right now. Just put on reflect. Try and get out. Maybe warp. Let's see. Big fire damage, but nothing to hit. Which one? Oh, my ninja cat? He's literally throwing knives. He's my ninja cat. Alright, who needs health? He needs something. First up, your ass is confused. I got that. Takes damage at the end of the round. I can't move this cat, unfortunately. So, I can't attack. I can armor him, though. Actually. And... Alright, we're good. That's all I can do. That's fine. He's gonna... Let's see what he's gonna do. Hurt yourself. Ah. Bro, stop attacking him from the side, you fucking idiot. Alright, who do I have? We got Taco Cat. We got Ninja Cat. Ninja. I want to be ninja. This is what we're gonna do. It's fine. It's fine. Game! Oh, he's still... There's more? Oh, that's fine. We can hit him however now.
Meow, meow, meow.
No bleed? Damn. That's unfortunate. That's fine, though. He's about to get clapped. Homie is about to get clippity clapped. I guess not. Oh my god. I should have did. Oh, you could do that? Oh, you. That was pretty cool. That was pretty fucking cool. That way. Dude's got 1 health left. Oh, that was gonna hurt everybody.
Meow, meow.
1 health left. Can I reach him?
Meow.
No, because that fucking fly is in the way. Ah, dude, that's so dumb. Nothing I can do there. More confusion. Yeah, and you know what? Let's just heal her, but just in case. I can't get to him, so let's see what he does. He's gonna pop up behind me. Are you kidding me? Hurt yourself. Hurt yourself. Oh, so dumb. All right, well there you go. Metal Ball wins it for us. Feline Emblem. Well, that's courtesy of you. All right, let's see. Intelligence, speed. Should go. Let's go speed. Always use a little speed, not the drug. Medieval helmet. Who lost their helmet? Yo, look at this guy. Medieval helmet. Katvia. Alright, do we move? Wow, he's got a lot of movement. Not a lot of Chris. A lot of luck. Not a lot of intelligence. We'll do intelligence, because if we can do a ton of lifesteal, that'd be really good. Toe. Nah. The ball for Phantasm wins the day. Oh, I haven't been to a ball in quite some time. No fine young strapping suitors have invited me, unfortunately. Macaroni comes across the decaying remains of a long-dead creature. It appears to move silently, but he thinks it might have just been the numerous insects slowly devouring it. Do we eat it? Do we loot it? Or do we examine it? Let's examine it. It's got a lot of stats for examine. I shouldn't miss it. Does not see anything of note. Wow, that sucks. Definitely sussy caca. All right, we got a couple left. 1, 2, 3, and then we should be done at that time to raid out to our friend Dokari. Chum bag, bro. That's Trubbish. That's fucking Gardevoir from I don't know. It's the garbage Pokemon. Lumpy. Ooh, bro, that sucks. We gotta take out Lumpies, I guess, quick. There's 3 of them, and in Garbaggio, so there's only 1 though. Hits an empty tile, becomes chummy when killed. Oh. But we gotta kill these things quick. Throw that bad boy in there. Alright, that's all we can do right now. Let's try this. Oh. Oh shit. Huh. Okay. Okay. Fuck, dude. Fuse can go 3.
Meow.
I just confused a rock. Because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. Alright, warp. Oh, what? Oh, I didn't think it would. Oh, man. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Well, that didn't go what I thought, how I thought it was gonna go. That did not go how I thought it was gonna go.
Wrapped it all up.
Ah. Oh, man. Bad spot to be. You know what? Not really. I'm in tall grass. Should be fine. Wow, they're actually ganging up on my thief right now. That's wild, dude. That's such wild work. Oh, shit. Welcome back, Enot. Hello, hello. Let's see, if we go here, we go boopity 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 boop. There. We could hit that guy. Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna warp here. Warp. Oh, I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up. That's not where we went to go. That is not where we are wanted to go. But we will go here now. It's fine. We must save our friend. He is our friend and we must save him from himself. Look at that, tall grass now. Tall grass now, it hides me, it makes me safe from bad things. Bad things we don't like. We don't like bad things, we like good things. For our friends, for our kitties, for our friend kitties. Hup! I'd take your life. I'd take your life. Okay, I take your life. Alright, now I punch you. Chummy dashes in a straight line, but he's dead. Oh, grass. Let's go! Chumtastic, friend. Chumtastic. Give me those coins. Alright, back to our cleric. Now to go here. She'll smack him in the face. Oh, he's gonna blow up. Oh, he doesn't blow up. Let's go! Yo! I think I'm gonna do Dex. He's definitely gonna get some Dex. Let's go. I think we got some binoculars. Is that right? +2 range. Let's go. That's good. How you doing, Enot? Okay, kiddo. What's best? Damage or protection? Damage. Wow. Shooter first. Hey, I like the way you think, my guy. Questions later kind of cat. Hey, take this. You got a tractor beam. Hell yeah, vision. Hell yeah, vision. What's a tractor beam? Pull a unit within 3 tiles all the way towards you. Okay. I think that would be good with him. Lucky toe. And do we have any hats laying around? We don't have any hats. I can't give you a hat. Sorry. All right, that's it. This is the boss. We'll do this chest thing, and then we got the boss to fight. Furry dice. I don't think anybody has room for furry dice. No. All right. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The final boss of the night, Chubs and Nubs. Oh, they look like leaking buttholes. Wow, these look like actual leaking buttholes. Lobs a poison creep shot when damaged. Oh, damn. Does a leap attack with knockback. Damn. This one's beefier. Shoots a poison shot when damaged. Blind. Damn. Wow, these are not fun to fight. Oh, okay. It's not... What's that smell coming from? Yeah, I mean, their mouths are their butts. Oh. That didn't look like spit. I'm just saying. That looked like something else. Where's that smell coming from? Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, let's go! That's right, I can't get hit from the front. Let's go! Arm him up, baby. Armor him up. Let's go. Where are you going? Where are you going, dude? Okay, that was a choice. I want to go for this guy mostly. I'm here. 1, 2, 3. That should work. That should work. Let's see what they got. Oh, he's gonna get me on that one. Ah ha ha! Let's go. All right, could I go around him? Haha! Sucks to suck. Oh, bro, I'm literally about to corner this guy. He's not gonna be able to go anywhere unless he can jump. He's not going nowhere. Oh my god, it's a human centipede. We just made the human centipede, or the kitty centipede, I guess. This doesn't even look like a cat, but this is definitely all butthole. If you combine humans to be nothing but the butthole, that's what this new movie is. It's the sequel. You should check it out. All right, how do we should get behind him. Nice. Very nice. Bro, this is awesome. This is going great. Oh, I see a back shot in their future. Yep, they're definitely getting a back shot. I know this is not a great place to stand, but that's fine. And I know I wanted to go for him more, but this is even better. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I didn't know it was gonna poison you. My sweet little angel, please. You're fine. See? You're so fine. You're so fine. That was a bit excessive. Where's that smell coming from? Wow. Okay, so I could warp right there and light him on fire. What am I gonna do? Warp here. I'm gonna light him up. And then we are dipping the fuck out. Because now we are also on fire. Let's go! Oh, you gotta love Confuse. Oh my god. He's just getting wrecked. Into the fire. Oh, into your friend too? Let's go. Boom. Oh, he's so close. Come on. We gotta finish this. Oh, we got this. Oh, I'm on fire. Reload! Ah, damn. Oh, he's going for my cleric. He's going for the healer. Oh, you're so done, dude. So first off, everybody's getting confused. You're getting confused because you're about to die. I still have plenty of health. You know what? Let's confuse them both just in case. I'll remove. Good. Almost dead. Probably next round right here, unless that kills himself. I don't know what hit him. That was weird. May not be your cup of tea. All right, first one's down. Oh no, he's sad. Oh, he's mad. He's not just sad, he is pissed. He's pissed. Let's go! Oh, fuck yeah! Oh no! Oh no! Let's go. Bro, you're not going anywhere. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go! Ah! Why is he on fire? I don't care. What? It doesn't matter. This is going very well. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Come on, reload. We'll stay right there. We don't want to get greedy now at this point. I am not letting that confusion run out. Ooh, that's good. All right, what are you doing? What are you doing with your attack? Where are you going? Who are you attacking? Oh no. Ah. He's almost dead. He's gonna be dead. Damn, that cat is right where I need him to move though. Meow meow. Here we go. Big hits. Big hits. Let's get that. Let's get the long range over here. Oh, of course I can't hit them because they're in the way. All right. Oh, dude, this is awesome. This is going so well. Nothing but butthole, bro. The butt mouth. Where's that smelly smell? Here we go. Last hit. Last hit for the win. Let's fucking go! Ah, yes. Trample over 1 tile diagonally. Pull a unit within 2 tiles towards you. Melee attack that inflicts stun. Your closest ally moves towards you. It's not bad. That could be a good one to pass on. All right, and that's where we're gonna let it ride at this one. I can't go anywhere after Junkyard, so I have to go back home. Dude, the magical pussies. The magical pussies really pulled through. Thank you for that. I'm proud of you, Frawl. Oh, that's an ugly cat. What the hell is that? As expected, victorious. Absolutely victorious. Oh my god, he middle fingered it up. Let's go. You're gonna now adventure to the boneyard. Oh my god, look at all that food I got. Wow, I have way too many items. Okay, I have to get rid of a lot of shit. Alright, we'll get rid of magical seed. I don't use that. I don't use that. Where's that smell coming from? Where's that smelly smell? Where's that smell coming from? That's pretty good. That one's good. That one's good. Oh, I need that. Yeah, I need to upgrade my storage if this is the case. I gotta sell all that stuff. That's actually wild. All right. Ooh, storage box.
County, we got Battle of the Flea Bags spinning next.
All right.
It's about your disgusting cousin Ernie. Maybe.
Your disgusting cousin Ernie.
So 3 for him. Damn, 7. I need 7 cats to give him, which I can't. I only have 4 right now that are give worthy. Yeah. What a great team, though. What a great team. I'm really proud of all of them. I'm really proud of everybody who really gave it their all. Like, honestly, there isn't a cat in this bunch that I didn't feel like they didn't pull their weight. So I'm very proud of all these cats. I fucking love this game. This is like fun chess for me. That was such a good time. Very dedicated pussies. I only entertain dedicated pussies, okay? Because there's only one master of the pussy here, and that's me. So, but I will proudly step aside for tonight and pass on my duty as the pussy whisperer to spread this love, not just the legs, over to our friend Apothecary, who is also a member of Team PBR. Also going to be playing Mewgenics. Apparently I got further than them. But you know, they are a very smart cookie. This is their type of game, bro. They sold this to me like, you just gotta say Fire Emblem and I'm in. Friday, we're probably gonna play this for a little bit, but realistically, we are gonna be playing a lot of Pokemon Fire Red on Friday. So if you guys don't want to watch Pokemon, I'm sorry, you should still be here. But thank you those who are here. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you for the raid earlier. Thank you for all the subs and the bits. I do really appreciate it, everybody. Thank you so much. I am Zachbot. I work out, play video games, foster the puppies. We'll be at the Arnold next weekend with Arms Race Nutrition. So keep an eye on the sales that are going to be next weekend for the Arnold. as well as the chance to win the $45 gift card on Friday if you are subbed to this channel. So remember, tier 3 subs have a 10 times chance, tier 2 has a 2 times chance, and tier 1 has a 1 time chance. Gift and prime subs do not count. So if you want to be in that gift card giveaway, we are doing the $45 giveaway this Friday, so next stream, and then we're going to do it in 2 weeks again until we run out. So thank you guys for being here. Have a great night, and I'll see you on Friday.